Hello, and welcome to a probably somewhat hectic night. I need to finish a Halloween diorama before tomorrow because I promised myself that I'll bring it to our new office at work. We're moving from one office to the other, and when I started there in October, the head of people and organization actually made me promise to bring some kind of painted miniatures. I had to tell them that I'm streaming online and stuff like that, just so they know. And she insisted on me, but not insisted, she suggested I bring something. And I think that's a really good idea. And I wanted to make a seasonal diorama. I haven't done dioramas in a while and got kind of, I don't know, came to a halt with normal painting stuff. So I figured why not do some terrain. I've been playing around with that on streams as well. I've done the, let's see if we can zoom out a little bit so you can see the entire small landscape I created, playing around with static grass, making that stand up nicely, doing the road here, and I found some pumpkins in Faro Cigar, which is a really good store in Copenhagen that has basically anything games related. They have it. Board games, role-playing games, war game, card games, anything like that. I also have a bunch of these sort of, I think, hay or straw puppets. They're from a designer called Moonlight Minis. I will try to remember to link you in the comments once I'm done streaming. She did a Nevermore set that is basically a couple of these really nice models here. I really like them. See if we can we get to focus. What I like about them is they're fairly simple. They're really well defined, so you can see what's what on this. I've decided to go for a super simple paint scheme on them. I wanted to bring the straw out with some yellow, but I think they could have done just as nicely with the gray. So there's a bunch of them. We have some hay bales, we have the pumpkins, and part of the Nevermore set was this witch, who's basically going to be kind of the highlight of the diorama. So this is the main thing we're going to be painting tonight, is her. She has a very nice big coat that I'm going to absolutely cheat and use some contrast paints on. I'm thinking dark blue to give it, keep it in that sort of dark Halloween sinister theme, but probably outline it. You can see that it has the edges of the coat. Probably gonna go over something like an electric blue. Electric blue, sort of bright blue outline. I was considering going purple or doing full contrast and go orange, but orange is just gonna be way too much, and purple I think will clash with the shade of blue I have. So, but I want to do the rest of her fairly well, so she actually looks good. The other one, the puppets, they don't have faces, they don't have a lot of features to them, which is super cool because that made them really easy to paint. We also have this one here, the pumpkin man. I'm gonna cut off the base and either just glue him straight on here or attach a small pin to the bottom and just use it to stab in, like I did with these ones here, attaching a small pin, and it's gonna make them easier to just stab them into the ground. Probably not with the minis, but stabbed with another pin. So those are some of the things we need to do. The puppets and the hay bales are done. All the pumpkins obviously need to be cut off, glued onto wherever we need to place them. And I'm really going to see if I can't get some eyes and teeth on at least some of these. We have the large pumpkins here. They have far better defined teeth, so we're gonna do something with that. And I think I'm just gonna, the eyes are kind of recessed, I guess it is. But I'm gonna try and see what we come up with for that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If all of that falls into place and I can actually put these somewhere, you just scatter the pumpkins all over everything to give a little bit of color and break from the grass, the last thing we're gonna do is we'll try to build like a small fence around here. My main idea is to actually have most of the action going on this side of the road. See, zooming out again. So on this side of the road with the hill, we're gonna have the pumpkin man at the top of the hill as if he's just, breaking through from whatever dimension he comes from. I'm planning on placing the witch next to him. If I can time it just right, they're gonna be kind of holding hands. I think that's actually possible, with the height and everything. No, it's not gonna be, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna cut off his base. So they're gonna be standing on top, and the puppets are gonna be dancing around in the field. We're gonna have some hay bales. Probably gonna put them down here, sort of away from everything else. And then we have the 5 puppets. That's just gonna be dancing around, I don't know, here-ish, around the hill. We have 5? Yeah, we have 5 puppets. I mean, it's gonna take up a lot, but hopefully you will give me some hints and pointers, help me figure out what should go where, what's gonna look cool, and yeah, that's it. So that is the plan, and then we'll see how far we get. All of this is done. Just gonna put that to the side for now. So I think what we're gonna start with are the pumpkins, just to get something done. And my plan is to actually gonna try out the fluorescent one. I mean, I have a bunch of pumpkins here, so I'm gonna test this out on one of them, and if it doesn't work, it's gonna be fine. Might be an idea to just give it a little bit of white first, just so the greenness actually shows up in the fluorescent green. Yeah, just, putting it out on the wet palette, I can absolutely testify that it is fluorescent. I don't know if it's actually fluorescent, like, UV light fluorescent, but something is definitely happening. And yeah, since I'm in a little bit of a rush, I'm probably not going to be speaking that much today, but feel free to chip in, let me know how you're doing, let me know how everything goes in your life. Say hi, or lurk, whatever. So actually most of what I've done, I think actually all of what I've done so far, have been made with contrast paints. It was absolutely super easy to do all of that. The puppets and the pumpkins. I mean, the pumpkins is just one color, straight orange. I did do a kind of zenithal highlight with the airbrush first. Again, as you can see, sort of at the bottom, you can see that they're darker. That comes from the zenithal. I wanted to do that because I wanted to keep this sinister, and I know the terrain is not as dark as it probably should have been. But hey, at least all of this is a little sort of darker and sinister. So I'm just really quickly gonna jot in. Oh, my hands are shaking terribly today, so I'm gonna make a ton of mistakes. That's fine. We'll deal with that. And we'll just see what works and what doesn't work. So we have 1 viewer online. We had 2 just before, and then I started talking. So that's should probably teach me to shut up. Yeah, messed that one up. What I'm actually thinking I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna go back in after I've added the green to the eyes. Just gonna go back in with the white to clean it up a little bit, and then the orange contrast paint to just fix the worst of it. I know the contrast paint can seep into the eyes because it's really flowy, but if you just add a little bit to a thin brush, fine brush or whatever it's called, yeah, then it's then it doesn't really sort of flow as much. It's just work as normal paint, but it's gonna be the right tone at least. Yeah, very shaky hands today. I don't know why. I mean, I've had that all day. I didn't have it this weekend, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't sleep well tonight. Who cares? Anyway. The problem with shaky hands is that A, it's super difficult to actually get into the eye sockets, and B, once I'm there, it's super tricky, actually even more tricky to stay in the eye socket, so I'm just painting all over. But these are diorama pieces. They're not meant to be looked at up close. It's just gonna give flavor for the entire piece. Hello, Emily. Happy to see you. How are things going across the pond? The Great Pumpkin is going okay. I'm messing up the paint, painting these eyes somewhat terrible because I have super shaky hands today. But other than that, it's fine. Oh, work is being stupid. I'm sorry to hear that. But I mean, at least we know it's not your boss's fault, because you have the best boss in the world. Okay, so I found a way to steady my hands a little bit, but I'm talking very much away from the mic. Apologies for that. And I'm also kind of, messing up my shoulders doing this, so this is gonna hurt tomorrow. Hey, got to suffer for your art, I think. Your whole right arm gets sore when you crochet too much. Yeah, I remember that when I was crocheting, because I had to focus so much on it. I would sort of tense up in my arms and my shoulders and my hands even. That was kind of annoying. I mean, these pumpkins aren't even helping me. I mean, the eyes on the one on the right, I don't know if it shows really on camera, but it's super deep, all things considered. But hey, they got a little bit of eyes, a little bit of white in the eyes. So now we can actually, oh, we need the last one here, but after that we can actually do something about the green, not the green stuff. That's something different, but the green ones. So, but anyway, what are you working on that's causing problems? Just the usual problems? Lack of decent communication. Actually, the best boss I've ever had, one of my former jobs. I mean, the boss I have now, I've only had him for 3 weeks, and he also started the same day as me, so I cannot include him in any comparison. I think that was a decent disclaimer in case he ever watches this this video. No, but the best boss I've ever had would frequently say that communication is hard, because there's always things going wrong when you're communicating or trying to communicate. And hey, I did a decent eye. Oh, okay, so that bad. So basically, Emily is saying that a project manager is asking her to do things she's already done. Yeah, okay, so that's never good when the PM is there. Oh, hey, I think I actually did both eyes well on that. That one pumpkin where both eyes went well. Maybe I should just do it faster since I'm going to be cleaning it up anyway. I mean, I'm not being very precise while going slow. And yeah, vacuum, but anyway, yeah, as is my old boss used to say, communication is hard. And yeah, I mean, there's both a sender and a receiver, sometimes more than one of each, and it's just super difficult getting all the details right. Don't know if it's always been like that, or if there's something in the, I don't know, so-called digital age that makes it worse. Or, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, let's not get too excited about the good pumpkin eyes, because I still need to add the green on top of the white later on to see how much I mess up that part. Those were the whites. Let's go for the green, but cheers first. And yes, we also have on the rotating display, we have my test org that I'm basically always just using to you know, try out weird things, new paints, new techniques, whatever I really need. That's the dude that suffers. Just need Just found out that the green is a little thick. I'm just gonna mix it up. Also a big lump in the middle of it. That's probably just dried up paint from wherever. Oh, you did an entire set, almost an entire set of dice, and then redid all of it? Tell me you didn't sort of unwind or unravel all of it, but just did new one, because if you just do new ones instead of unraveling, then at least you can at some point use the old one for something. Yay for paint that doesn't come off the brush. Just doing new ones, that seems good, Emily. I mean, it's the same. I talked a couple of times with people who find some of their old miniatures. They're not happy about them, so they strip the paint or just prime over the old paint job. Okay, so this paint is not gonna work. I mean, the fluorescent green, super cool idea. Absolutely not gonna work. Wait, actually it is working. Ta! Well, guess I just need to thin it down even more. I mean, it seemed like it wasn't at all coming off the brush. And definitely did not cover the white at all. But then I actually sort of looked at it from a distance, and it was clearly green. You know what? We're just gonna give it a couple of goes. And your old dice will sit on your shelf. Excellent. That's good. Glad to hear it. No, but as I said, talking with people who know, they'll strip the miniatures, they'll repaint them, just prime over the old paint job, do whatever. And in many ways, I think that's sad because A, you're going to lose a little bit of history. You're going to lose the chance to see your progression. I mean, if you take a lot of photos, fine, then that's not a problem. But having the old minis and the new minis and just comparing them can be a really good idea. Yeah, I think we're just gonna really quickly dot the eyes in with green here and then give it a couple of coats. That seems like the way forward with this. Did not go well. This paint is weird. Maybe not shook out well enough. Yeah, I mean the old stuff, when I find some of the old models I've done, they never make me cringe. Just make me think about, how I want to say improve, but I don't really know if that's I don't know if I actually improve or not. But basically just this is very gunky, this paint. Anyway, sorry about that. Got sidetracked here. Stuff is happening on my wet palette that I don't understand. So anyway, no, but just looking at the old miniatures and just going, hey, this is actually what I thought looked super cool like 10 years ago, whenever. And now I mean, it still looks cool. It's just I've learned new techniques. So this is seriously not blowing off the brush at all. That doesn't exactly make it easier. And this is kind of where I think I would be better off just using some other color. And then of course I actually managed to get it to flow without really knowing what I did, because it doesn't flow for the other eye. A little bit. I think. So yes, now the old stuff I see, that it doesn't make me cringe. It just makes me realize and remember how I've progressed, and that is motivating. Because then when I see, other people's works, and I go, oh shit, I'm never gonna be that good. I'm never gonna learn those things. Then I can just look at some of the old minis and go, oh wait, I mean, I made these changes. I made this progress. Then why can't I make the other stuff as well? So for me, it's a big motivator having the old stuff sitting around. I don't know if that makes sense or if it's just me, but okay, it literally feels like I am pressing the brush with paint onto the white I painted in the eyes, and none of the green paint comes off. That is super weird. Yeah, thanks, Em. I mean, the being aware of your progress and using that as inspiration for further progress, I think that for me has been super helpful and key to attempting new stuff as well. Just going out and saying, hey, I didn't know how to make proper highlights. When I tried to sort of relearn how to paint a couple of years ago, I was still sort of suffering from having learned to paint in the 90s, where highlights, or at least the way I learned highlight and found out how to do highlights, was simply just to dry brush on top of, do a base coat, do some ink of the same color, which is also a thing that doesn't really work as well, and then just dry brush on top of that. And that gave, for things like chainmail or things with a lot of ridges, that worked really well. But for most other things like muscles or hands, or anything without a lot of wrinkles, stuff like that, it does not work well. I mean, it's kind of one of the worst things you can do, to be honest, because you'll get sort of splotchy or a dusty look, and it can be a good graphical style to go for these sort of the dusted down dry brushing. I mean, that's a style, nothing wrong with going for that. But if you want to actually make it look like there's highlights on the model, like the classic is like the strong hero with the biceps and whatnot, those biceps are not gonna look good if you just dry brush them. At least that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So going back in and just, okay, it actually shows on camera, I think. If you can confirm that, Emily, that would be super cool. But it actually looks like it. Okay, if I don't tilt it so you can't see it, but it actually looks like, if you do like this, that the eyes are somewhat glowing. So I just need to clean it up once this is dried off. Yeah. So hey, the fluorescent green is actually working, and it is kind of fluorescent, so that's gonna be fun. there's so much white mess here. Also seems to be some, I'm actually gonna say some surface tension issues with the thin down paint, as if it's sort of beating up. Not beating with a D, but beating with a D. Creating small beads that sit sort of on the outside of the white. That's really annoying. So it doesn't flow properly. Oh god. Either get way too much or apparently way too little paint on the brush. Yeah, it's kind of glowy. Oh yeah, and also, by the way, in anticipation of me sort of manhandling these pumpkins quite brutally while doing the eyes here. Yeah, of course the green doesn't have any problems going on all the orange stuff, but does it want to go on the green? Nope. So anticipating that, I actually gave them a coat of varnish before I did this paint. So hopefully won't get sort of too worn off. Gonna lose whatever hair I don't have left for this green. If anyone have no experience with the fluorescent green, it's a fluorescent green from Vallejo, please let me know in the comments below. I'd very much like some input on this, if it's just me completely messing it up, or if there's a trick I don't know, or if the paint just is weird. Thanks, Emily. I mean, if John knows, I'd really like some comment. I mean, just kind of sort of a heads up if what I'm doing is supposed to be right, and maybe it's just because it's a very small area that I'm painting with a very, seriously, this is super gunky on the wet palette. So maybe I should empty out like half the bottle. I mean, it doesn't make it any easier that my hands are shaking, as I said. It doesn't make it any easier, but I mean, I can see the brush hitting the white area, and I can see like the paint not going off. And when I try it here, yeah, it doesn't go off until the brush kind of spreads out a little bit. Now we have the pumpkin with the perfect white eyes. Let's see how badly I messed that up. Yeah, not too shabby. Yeah, could have gone worse. I think I'm basically just gonna go for several thin coats. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get anywhere with this. I also forgot to do the white on the teeth when I did the white before. But hey, we'll get to that later. Eyes first, and if it takes an ungodly time, well, anything I do really is ungodly, I guess. That one is fine. Okay, so actually it seems like when the water dries off from the paint, it leaves a far better results. So this here is not bad, really. It actually seems like when it dries up, it kind of contracts a little bit. Which is good, which is really good. I mean, you need to sort of know that beforehand. But yeah. Although I do have a feeling that the way I'm doing this is not healthy for this brush. That just means I have an excuse to go buy a new brush at some point. There's nothing wrong with the chance to go shopping. As to quote, I think it's one of the old books from the Shadowrun role-playing game. You know, one of the ones that has all the nifty equipment, big guns. Don't know if there's cyberware in it or not, but basically all the fun stuff you get to play around with in that game. There's kind of like a motto somewhere along the lines that says, "When the going gets tough, the tough go shopping." And that just stuck. I mean, that's a really good quote. I mean, you're up against nasty opposition. What do you go? What do? You go buy better gear. Kind of like, you know, going to magic if you're in the Aspara world. Or my version of Greyhawk, because I have absolutely 100% misappropriated magic into my own game world. Yeah, this seriously is fluorescent. Okay, definitely some cleanup to do around the edges. You went to sorts. I have not come that far. I think I'm at about 160 or so now. I'm slowly catching up to you guys. But yeah. Sure, not a problem. I mean, I'm just talking to myself over here anyway, so I'm just happy for whatever company I can get. So of course you're at work, so work comes first. I know. That was in response to Emily getting a work email, of course. Oh yeah, this is actually it is beginning to look good. I'm glad I did this. It's a little cumbersome. but it is definitely giving the effect I was hoping for. And the reason I'm doing this with the eyes is to take focus away from all the stuff I'm not doing. So there's a lot of small, lumps and what have you on these pumpkins, just like in real world pumpkins. But I'm not gonna paint in all of them. I'm just basically gonna make these eyes be so green that is all people notice about them, hopefully. And then they'll forget about me not painting the stalks and the small bumps or doing proper shading on them, all those things. Cheating as always. Yeah. I think that is gonna be as good as it gets because we're gonna need to clean this up. We're also gonna be painting the witch in a little bit. Another miscommunication. Oh, you're a big enough person to admit it was your fault. Now, Emily, I'm absolutely sure it was not your fault. I always say that you didn't attach the PDF, but I mean, that can hardly be your fault, can it? I mean, considering how companies like Microsoft used to put in so much work into the whole Clippy mess with it looks like you're writing a letter stuff. They should have predicted that you should have attached a PDF and then they should have guided you. So it's not you, it's them. Always them. Just about to say that it's always Big Pharma's fault, but I'm not entirely sure we can blame Big Pharma for this one. Also, one of the reasons I did this first is that I kind of knew this was going to be super tedious work that I would mess up. So I don't want to do that when I'm tired. I want to do that when I'm still tired because work and long day and stuff, but I'm less tired than I would be in a few hours. So what else is going on, Emily? You're playing a lot of role playing on Friday nights normally. You have the whole crocodile thing going. I have to say that after looking at the one-page model rules and miniatures, especially the miniatures, I have a hard time taking crocodiles serious if they don't have huge guns or rocket launchers, cyclone missile launcher style launchers on their backs or whatever. I mean, they've got some super awesome models. So your home group, in Tomb of Annihilation, that's one of the sort of called official or sort of published campaigns, right? Look at those scary eyes. Wizards of the Coast campaign. Oh, did you hear the news about Hasbro and what's it called? Their finances, and they're not having good results. They've been gone down quite a bit, I think. Rocket Gator with a rocket launcher would be super scary. Indeed, it would. I'm just gonna go see if I can find one, just for the fun of it, and since there's not really a lot of people watching anyway. Just to see what we have, so just so we can get a feel for how they look. I'm not gonna do anything fancy like, you know, adding on stream like this. Just gonna find it on my phone and show it. Wait, is Hasbro or Wizard of the Coast doing a Kickstarter for a game? Oh, that is I would think they're large enough that, I mean, that shouldn't be necessary. Hasbro, I mean, Hasbro. But then again, I mean, large companies just crash bigger. So kind of advanced pre-ordering, stuff like that. Still looking. Why am I so bad at this? Sci-fi bundles. I'll be right with you. Everything is being slow today, including my brain. Yeah, I mean, I would be a bit, and I'm a bit weary, you know, hearing that, because it seems wrong for that kind of company to actually do a Kickstarter like, or pre-order or something like that. But at the same time, you're kind of like, sure, why not? This is okay. So I'm on my mini factory, trying to find something, and they do not have the best interface. You click on, and it doesn't show anywhere. Whatever. You try to click on one of their bundles, and what happens then is that the bundle doesn't show up. Instead, you get a specific one. Oh, so there was some kind of hero quest like, yeah, well, I think I was trying to sort of look at some other games coming out. I think Black Magic Craft has a Kickstarter out, or something, Idols of Torment, or whatever. Don't, not putting my head on the block for this. It might be something else. But as much as I like... Ooh, now we're getting closer. As much as I like, you know, having options, I think it might actually also be a problem if too many games come out. Like, take miniature games. We all know Warhammer, super big platform. They have so many things going for them. They have a large player base, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. They also have a lot of other things we can discuss that they may or may not be doing well. Doesn't really matter, but they're big. Everywhere you go, you can find someone and play Warhammer with them. But okay, so here, let's see how this works. I don't know if it's right enough. We can do something about that. So basically, Emily, if you... This is what I mean now. Gators with very large guns. Now, after having seen these models here, whenever I hear about crocodiles or gators or any kind of thing like that, I just see these dudes here, and I kind of go, yeah, okay, so you have a small thing that tries to bite you. I'm not impressed. Sorry, I just I needed to show someone that. But let's see, we need to clean up these ones here. That doesn't need cleaning up. That can live without cleaning up. That one cannot live without cleaning up. Yeah, these are not fighting back. I would pretty much say that they attack you. Now, the good news about cleaning all of this up is that these pumpkins will mostly be seen from the top, which means that I just have to sort of check the bottom, I don't know, eyelid or whatever you want to call it, of the pumpkin. And I also just knock my magnifying glass, which makes everything shake, because shaking, due to the optics of things, shaking your magnifying glass makes things shake. Now the orange could probably cover the fluorescent paint as well, but I'm not gonna risk that. Just gonna do this nice and quietly. It's a little bit like edge highlighting, which I'm also not good at. So, I mean, this is kind of the never-ending task of, first drawing or painting all the white, then painting the green, then painting white to cover the green that went too far, then painting orange to make it look good, then painting the orange down into the green so that fucks up the eyes, then starting over, trying to add some white to cover the orange that went too far into the eyes, and then we're never gonna get done. So basically, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do it kind of quickly. At least these ones were pretty decent. Anyway, I got sidetracked. You were playing Tomb of Annihilation. I have not played many of the Wizard of the Coast modules. I got a bit into, as a player, the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, but then our group had to stop for personal reasons. So I never really got that far into it. It seemed to be really good. But I don't know. I also kind of had a both good and bad experience with not a Wizard of the Coast module, but something from Sandy Peterson Games. He's doing a lot of the Cthulhu stuff, and he did the Ghoul Island series, which we had a lot of fun playing, and there's a lot of super cool things in it. But the problem with those modules, and I'm guessing a lot of other published modules, is that there were a lot of unanswered questions. Kind of like, okay, so you go meet this person, whatever, and there's a list of what that person knows, and some random stuff is of course not included because no one knows everything. And then you go figure out there's something right around the corner. And literally that was right around the corner from that person. And this person doesn't know anything about that. Huge temple opening, and yeah, so what do you do then? I had to improvise something, just on the fly, which I did not do very well, I think, because I just made the person disappear. In 20, 30 seconds it took the people to go there and come back. This person had just vanished magically into wherever, because that way I didn't have to either give them wrong information or make crappy decisions that would mess up other things. So there were a couple of things like that I think made it difficult to run. And yeah, sure, I mean, I could have prepared it better. I could have sat down and thought, okay, so once the players go there, they're gonna run back and they're gonna ask about this. But I mean, you can't prep everything, and I know the authors can't prep everything as well, but just some of the obvious things would have been nice to at least have some kind of explanation on. There were also some other things about sort of key things happening, like all of a sudden a citadel jumps up in the middle of the town, which is fine, not a problem there. But you never actually get an explanation of what happens to that citadel later on. It's just kind of like it's there when the players first need to encounter it and when they need to go into it. But then in the later chapters, it just sort of doesn't really show up in any of the descriptions and so on. So since I hadn't read through all 4 books in the campaign, then I didn't know what was going to happen later on. And I kind of think that makes sense, because these books, it should be mentioned, they're actually coming out once per month. Kind of like you get this month's module, you play it with your players, and then next month you get the next one. So if I was playing it as they were published, I would not even have the chance of reading all of it. And then if they all of a sudden go, okay, but what about this? And then if I take a decision and say something happens, then that might mess up the end. That didn't really, that format was not good. So, but yeah, but that's me griping about it. So, we're gonna paint them in this order. Now, let's see how much I managed to mess up the orange. I've spent an hour on these pumpkins. Why am I doing this to myself, Emily? I am doing it because just looking, okay, this is why I do it, because this actually looks super good once I get the orange in. Now the orange is a contrast paint, which means it goes on like a bit of a glaze or wash, thick wash. And that's very easy to work with because it flows very smoothly off the brush. It doesn't fully cover everything, so even if it do get a little bit into the green, it's not going to cover it completely, but it can cover enough that I can kind of sort of adjust where you have either the white that I'm trying to cover or the green, and kind of sort of clean that up just a little bit. And due to the way it flows on the model, the contrast paints kind of seeps into the recesses just a little bit, so you get some automatic highlighting and shading as well. Not as much as if you use them as they're intended in this case, because I apply a very small amount. But I can see that they're kind of pulling back a little bit. Yes, pulling back a little bit, which means that the white I just painted shows through as a highlight, and then the main sort of the pigments, the orange part of the orange. That's a terrible thing to say. It just flows nicely. Turned out really well. Like for instance, these ones here doesn't show on camera. Anyway, trust me, it goes well. Works really well. And yeah, I guess in many ways, I mean, this here, the pumpkins, is just procrastination from actually painting the witch. Yeah, Emily says, so many ideas, so little time. Oh, don't we know it? But hey, I mean, imagine the opposite, Emily, if you had no ideas and way too much time. Yeah, boring life. I actually grew up in a family where the grown-ups would used to say that only stupid kids get bored. Intelligent kids or smart kids find something to do. And I think that's an absolutely horrible thing to tell kids, because if they're one day bored, then you've effectively told them that they're stupid, which is just don't go there with children. But at the same time, it's not entirely wrong. Well, it is wrong. It's wrong to say. But being able to find stuff to do or think about or make up stories in your head or whatever when you have those periods when there's not a lot of other stimulus going on, that can be super effective. So yeah. A little bit too much orange there, but it's that's fine. So, other exciting news. Yesterday I bought my ticket for Copenhagen next year. They started, the pre-sale started Monday and the official sale started today. So, I mean, the pre-sale is just, if you get their newsletter, you get a link to where you can buy the tickets a day ahead of time. I mean, I don't think they're running out of tickets anytime soon. It's just kind of nice to do it when Ticketmaster that they use is not being bombarded by thousands of people wanting to buy tickets. So it's nice to get that out of the way. This one's got a really wonky right eye. I'm not entirely sure I can save that, but I'm going to try. By strange coincidence, my shaking hands actually shook in just the right way to fix an eye. Well, it's okay to be lucky, I guess. Got some more work to do, so you're lurking. Okay, thank you for the lurk and enjoy your work. I hope it gets better and you get all the good stuff done. I'll be going a little bit into quiet mode, I guess. Just trying to focus on this. It doesn't necessarily make it any easier that all of these pumpkins are still attached to the, I don't know if it's called a sprue, but whatever they were molded in. So they're, I mean, it's very easy to hold on to, and it helps because I don't have to hold each pumpkin individually. But it also means that there are some angles where I just can't get the brush into the pumpkin, or painting in the eyes or whatever. Yeah, this last one here with these sort of has some very long slit eyes. I just don't think that's gonna be, I'm not gonna be able to make that good in any way, so that's just gonna go back to being orange, and then I'll see if I actually want to put it on the diorama or not. I mean, if one pumpkin doesn't go on, I'll still consider all of this a huge success. Far better than I had expected, at least. Hey, Ori, good to see you. And yes, we have pumpkins. Let's get them in so you can actually see them. Okay, I'm just gonna try turning off some of the light to see if this... Nope, doesn't work. But basically, I mean, it's... You can see the green. So how's life, Ori? I have not seen you in a while. I've been unable to catch your streams, probably because I'm back to working, so I'm not up in the middle of the night as much as I used to. Work is really good. I've been there just over 3 weeks now at the new place, and soap in the mouth. The negative side of licking your brushes is that you sometimes get soap in your mouth, but hey, that's life. And it works fine. I mean, we're still, me and the others that just started, still in the process of learning all the systems, landing properly, figuring out how everything works. But hey, we're making good way, good headroom, and learning stuff. So, okay, so pumpkin's done. What do we need? I should get started on the witch. Yeah, and already the absolutely best part about the new job is that I have some super awesome co-workers. So this here is the witch we'll be painting. They're made by Moonlight Minis, and I saw these ones and I just figured that I had to give them a go. They just look so pretty and wonderful, and gave me the idea for the whole diorama thing here, and wanting to make Halloween themed ones. Yes, Emily, good co-workers. Huge difference. Now, the small issue I have with this here is that I cannot stick her on my usual paint handle, which is a little annoying, because I like using that. I'm just gonna swear a little bit about my inability to properly thin down the paint. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it so many times more. When people say it should have the same consistency as milk, I'm not entirely sure what kind of milk they're going for. But in my world, milk is very low viscosity, I guess is the word we're looking for here. And whenever I actually get it down to the consistency of milk, it turns into a wash. Washes go into the recesses instead of going on the actual surface of the model. Yeah, full fat milk. And I know that what I should really just do is just spend more time just practicing instead of complaining when I actually have a project to do. But that's no, it's not boring. It's just I'm better at doing projects than at practicing. I don't know if that's because I was a competitive swimmer in my teens and did nothing but practice. Maybe I just had enough. I don't know. And it's going a little bit better. Use some of the paint I haven't thinned yet. That comes on fairly well. Yeah, a note here is that she does have quite a bit of cleavage. It's kind of ambivalent about it because it's not unrealistic and it's not, I mean, something that necessarily needs to be completely covered up. Even though she does have a bit of a Puritan look to her dress and all that, it looks like that sort of time period she's modeled from. But at the same time, seeing a miniature with this and cleavage, I kind of always think about all the inappropriate models where it's very clear that it's the main sort of focus on the model is abnormally sized bosoms. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a controversy, I guess, but it is what it is. Yeah. So, oh yeah, more news. I've in a weird sort of spurt of creativity or whatever, I actually decided to sign up for the project called NaNoWriMo this year. Short version is that it's a project where you aim at writing a book in a month. A book being defined as 50,000 words. It's a huge international, I know it's called National Novel Writers Month, but it's now an international project. They just kept the name because it's fun and it's good. And I'll be using that to do, some of the stuff I didn't get around to during my 6-month break, namely doing some world building on a role-playing world I've been thinking about for some years. And it's actually the one where Emily, I played with Brit Lane the first time I introduced her to D&D. I mean, I know she got the introduction through your podcast, but when she tried playing it, 5th edition, we played in that world for a couple of sessions. Then, because she had her exams coming up and all that, we unfortunately had to stop that campaign. But I think the world still has a lot of potential. So I'll get back to that and just explaining everything. And there'll be both a game master guide with some of the secrets, as well as player, I don't know if it's compendium or gazetteer Is that still a word that's being used? You redeemed pick a color. I am sorry, I did not see that, Ori. And you're gonna go purple. Oh, I was hoping to avoid purple, but you chose it, so we're gonna go purple. Where do we want to go purple? We could go her. I mean, I have the trim of her coat. I was hoping to make bright blue. Or we can go like her belt and pouch could be in purple. Or we can make her hair purple. That might look good. Up to you. No. I mean, I leave the pick a color reward in there, especially to get these kind of challenges, because it's good to be pushed out a little bit of your comfort zone. And I like the purple color. So let's do her hair purple. Now with her, I'm gonna do the coat as the very last thing, because we're gonna use the contrast color on it. So and how do you get 1500 points, Ori? Don't you have better things to do than watch me paint? Oh, you have 3000 left. Well, I actually for this stream I deactivated the beard braiding ones simply because I actually have to spend as much time as I can actually finishing this. I need this diorama to be finished by tomorrow morning. So it may be a late night, maybe a long stream. But I really want to finish it because we move into our new office tomorrow at the new work. And I want to sort of use that chance to actually do I don't know if I'm going to do an actual reveal of this, but just bring it as decoration. Plus we have Halloween coming up in less than a week, so it's the appropriate time for it. And yeah, and for that I didn't really feel like I wanted to spend a lot of time trying to braid my beard, because that usually takes way longer than it should really. Yeah. So yeah, no, but yeah, NaNoWriMo coming up in November is gonna be fun. If any of you have your inner author that needs to get a little help, or if you just want to do whatever you feel like really writing wise, I highly recommend it. The whole pressure of having to write a lot in a short time is actually really good for sort of getting over writer's block and getting over the whole I have to do this perfect the first time, because the goal is not to make a finished book in a month. I know some people do that, but it's not the actual concept. The concept is to get some raw material that you can then later on edit, because you can't really do the editing part. You can't really do the the cleanup and the finishing touches and all that. You can't do that until you actually have some words on paper. And if you wait, with writing, if you wait until you have the exact right phrase and so on in your head for the first sentence of your book, you're never gonna get anything written. At least most people won't. This is where it shows that I'm an engineer. I say you'll never get anything written, and then I immediately correct myself and sort of cover my ass and saying most people won't, because I'm absolutely sure someone will be able to sit down and write the perfect first sentence for their book and get it published and make it a huge success. So trying to make disclaimers and all that is a fairly large part of any of most workplaces, I guess. Instead of just to account for the unexpected. Anyway, I'm trying not to do it that much, but it kind of comes naturally. And Dora said that she has so many stories I make up in my head, mostly fanfics, but I can never write a single word. I see it better in my head. Yeah, and I mean, I absolutely know that feeling. That's kind of what I learned during the first couple of years I did NaNoWriMo, was to actually get those images and stories out on paper. And what I found worked really well is simply to just sit around and imagining it in my head, not really looking at my computer, but just writing what I see. And that way I kind of, I don't know if I'm thinking in visuals or whatever, if there's a word for that. But that seems to work. Then I describe what I see instead of trying to sort of see what I write, sort of the other way around. I guess that's how a lot of people do it. But for me that works, and the feedback I've gotten is that I'm apparently fairly good at making my scenes and that come to life without using too many descriptions. So we're not down into sort of Tolkien-esque 30 pages of description just so you know that yes, that is a pine tree. Whatever, I'm exaggerating here, but he has some very long scene descriptions, and I mean his language, his English, his writing skills are amazing. I really love all the details in his writings. It's just usually when I read books, I actually want to read for what's called not the action, the characters, the plot and the story, and not so much the scenery. So so I prefer a different writing style from his. Okay, well, say hi to the hubby and thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. And she will get purple hair, I promise. Ooh, and I know how we're gonna make the purple hair. We're gonna use a contrast paint for that. Because I have a really good purple contrast paint, but we then need just a little bit of touching up the hair with white so it actually sticks better, or takes better to the purple color, instead of being, if it's as dark as it is now, it's never gonna be visible. It's basically just gonna be black. So, and the center I did is doesn't actually go up all the way to sort of full bright white at the end. These ones I specifically made a little dark on purpose, but I always anyway tend to make them darker, and that's because whenever I'm looking at it, it looks like I'm going full white, but then later on when I'm painting, it's just it's not. But the purple I'm gonna use is actually kind of dark, so I'm probably gonna need to thin it down a little bit just to make it more clear that it's purple. Or I could screw up everything and try one of the speed paints from Army Painter I have lying around. I've used them a couple of times. I've had really bad problems with reactivation, but I have a brighter purple that should be super perfect for this. So we'll just see. We'll see. Okay, more work. I'm too interesting and a distraction. Well, I'll take that as a compliment, Emily, and enjoy your work. Thank you for stopping by. I will, of course, post pictures once I'm done with everything here. Yeah, talk to you later. Say hi to John. We are gonna leave some parts of the miniature completely black because that, in my experience, adds to the illusion of lighting from above and shading, stuff like that. But her hair, since we're doing the hair colorful, I prefer that to actually have the color and not just fall all the way into black. I think that works out better in the end. So we're gonna paint some white on the underside here as well. Actually seems like I'm not entirely covering up the model. I mean, she's gonna be stuck on the diorama. Nobody's ever gonna see underneath the hat, to be honest. So I guess it really doesn't matter about all the small details here. But now they're done, we can move on with our lives. Or lack thereof. So, yeah, done white, kind of white anyway. And yeah, let's just take a small break because I need to stretch so I don't die entirely. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Hey, back from stretching, and where did the music go? The music did not go anywhere, it is still there. And speaking of that, what we're listening to is the very wonderful Adrian von Ziegler and some of his equally wonderful music. He is a composer. I forget which nationality, but he makes a lot of really cool music that you can listen to on Spotify or YouTube or Bandcamp, I believe. There should be links in the description at some point after the live viewing, at least. And yeah, he's super cool because you can use his music for streaming. Not a lot of people let you do that. So, on with this. I mean, again, this model is fairly simple, fairly straightforward. But I want to make her kind of pale. So we're gonna go for a strong tone from Army Painter for the skin, for shading, and then bring up the highlights a little bit. And this will hopefully give some pretty hard contrast between the shades and the highlights, like cheekbones, nose, and so on. And instead of giving her like a reddish tint like we have in some of the other Army Painter washes, I prefer to go for one of the sort of harder strong tone, or maybe even dark tone for some, because then you can get a really sort of hard transition, quick transition from the dark areas to the bright areas. I find that it looks really well. But yeah, highlighting faces is also something I can spend a lot of time on, so I'll try to make it quick. Try not to waste too much time on it. We want to get that mini done so we can get the diorama done, so I can go to bed at a reasonable hour. But if I don't, yeah, it's also gonna be fine. So it's pooling a little bit too much in some places, a little bit too little in other places. So we'll just clean it up a little bit. See where we end up. Needs a bit more. Let's also not soak it too much, even though that is tempting. What sometimes works best is actually over soaking it and then just gently removing paint from the large pools, like here near the nose. You cannot see that probably on cam, but at least it should be a little more visible. So onto the hands. Okay, surface tension is killing me here. That's weird. That don't usually happen. And now it seems to no longer happen, which I guess is good. I remember when a couple of years ago decided that I actually really needed to learn how to do proper highlights and all that. I took a miniature that I wasn't going to use for anything. I was just going to use it as a test and do things really meticulously. And it was one of the Warhammer Underworld models from Garrick's Reavers, something like that. So this was a Khorne warrior. Think Berserker, barbarian kind of thing. With naked chest, a lot of muscles, and they are really good for practicing on. They just, did the skin tone, did the shade, and then just slowly started building up the highlights. Basically just doing it as you should doing and trusting the process. And it looked really weird and it did not look right at first, but then slowly, ever so slowly, it just started working properly. So it took me forever to do because I'm not good and I'm not steady on my hands. So I had to sort of make fixes all along the way, but I'm gonna try and do the same here for her and just slowly building it up so it looks as good as I can possibly get it. Even though I'm probably gonna spend like a full hour or so just highlighting her hands and face. But it's gonna be worth it. She's gonna be the centerpiece of the model. At least I hope she will be. That's the plan. So yeah, what next? Here, highlights. Need to do something. The hat. But the hat and all of that is gonna be contrast paints. That's gonna go on differently. Okay, so good contrast paint. Good contrast for that would be. Okay. I'm thinking about what to do with her belt and pouch. I want to add some color to that part. But what color to use? That could be purple as well. A different kind of purple next to the blue. Or maybe no, I'm just gonna go with the bright blue that I'm also gonna trim the coat in. This is where I can hopefully use the Sentinel highlight to add a sort of, I hate to call it sort of a built-in shadow, but I guess in many ways it's gonna be. I remember all the way back to the 90s when I was painting the electric blue color that was Citadel's version back then. With Citadel essentially being Games Workshop, their line of paint. And I remember I just really liked this super crisp, bright blue. It just looks very, very wonderful, and it still does. So that's kind of, I don't know, I guess it's kind of nostalgic for me to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna be here all night. I can see that. I was gonna try and figure out what I'm gonna shade this one with, because for a darker blue, I would actually go for a black wash or shade. But with the bright blue, I think that's going to be a little bit too extreme. I also don't want to go for any of the soft or strong tones from Army Painter because they have a lot of blue in them. I don't like that with the bright blue here, especially the bright blue. That just makes it look really sort of dirtied, muddied somehow. It can give great effects if you're painting rank and fine troopers who've been in the mud, or then that really works out well. But for this, I need, well, I have some blue ink somewhere that I might dig out. I also have some blue washes from, yeah, I think I have a blue Citadel wash that just might work. And of course, shading it or highlighting it, not shading it, highlighting back up to the bright blue as well is gonna offset the shade a little bit. Just think going all the way down to full black, like Null Oil, is gonna be way too much. Let's build a little bit of blue where it shouldn't go. See if we can just quickly soak up some of it. Yeah, that's fine. As long as we get most of it out of the part that should be a shadow. Doesn't really matter, it spills down a little bit and it's visible on the white part of the coat because that's going to be covered when we do the contrast paint. But I should probably go back and clean the undersides just a little bit later on. When I do the dark blue contrast paint on the coat, a lot of it is actually going to go right to the edge of the bright blue, thus giving more shadow. So I think it's going to be fine to just plug it in here. Especially if I could make my brush work. It's not the brush's fault, that's me being an idiot. There we go. Lesson number 1. Always drop your miniature. Lesson 2. Don't listen to lesson number 1. Don't drop your miniatures. Even if it doesn't scratch the paint this time, maybe it will the next time. So, I think we can actually do the hair. And for that, we're gonna need the purple, we're gonna need to thin it, so we're gonna need some things. I've been playing with static graphs, which means that there's small pieces of static graph left over everywhere. Now, as you can maybe see here, the Shice purple contrast paint really looks super black when you put it on. You can see that there, you can see it over here. Looks super black. But once you actually get it out a little bit, it becomes more purplish. But what we can do is we can thin it down. You know what? That's not gonna go well. Looking at this, it is the wrong one because, as I said, we have this one instead. Speed paint from the Army Painter. So let's see what we can use that one for. A little bit up. That looks very dark as well. Well, it does, but let's try and thinning that one down. See where we end up. Or I could just go old school and actually just paint it purple and then maybe just do a dark purple and then highlight it up. Or I can do what I'm trying to do now, give it the speed paint. I need my test alt for this. That's why I like to have my test model ready. I mean, you can see he's got a kind of funky paint job because I just use him for whatever I need. Do I have anything at all resembling her hair on him, you know, like texture-wise, structure-wise? Don't think I do. I mean, if I do play around with this, it actually looks pretty good. I mean, it goes almost black in the recesses, which is fine. And then the highlighted areas, or the high raised areas. See his right leg. Nah, the color doesn't really come out. Well, that's gonna be good. That's gonna give it a super strong mix. Maybe too strong, so I'm just gonna do another test without thinning down the speed paint here. I added a little bit of medium to the first batch. So let's actually just do this one here. Also need to get a feel for how it flows, and I mean the medium does a lot to how it flows, as well as not so much the coloring, the tint. So you see that actually leaves a lot more color behind. What I'm worried about is with all her curls and everything, if we just use the diluted one, I was a little afraid that it would just seep down and become almost white at the tips, which is not the effect I'm going for. So we're gonna go undiluted Hive Dweller purple on her hair. And No, too much, so it starts seeping into her skin, which is not what we want, but apparently that's what we got. That's fine. We can fix up that part in a little bit. And besides, having a little bit of extra tinted shadow there, right next to her neck, isn't really a big issue, because this is gonna make the shadow of her skin be a little darker, and that actually works pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, for anyone wondering why I don't keep the camera sort of straight up on top of everything and looking down, is because I am so old that I actually need a magnifying glass to be able to see what I'm doing. Which means that if I place the camera above the model, above my painting area, you will mostly only be able to see the lamp I have with a built-in magnifying glass, and I don't think that's going to be very useful to you. So that's why there's a little bit out at an angle. And I know that I sometimes cover up the model, but I hope it's fine. I hope you can see what goes on anyway. Okay, now she definitely has purple hair. No one can argue with that. Now I'm just curious to see about reactivations once we get further in with the rest of it, and if it's actually going to be an issue. I tried painting other models, and what I mean with reactivation is that when you come close to this areas painted with the speed paint. I did that with other speed paints, even though letting it sit and dry for like 30 minutes or so. What happened was that the second layer of speed paint, since I'm not super precise, the paint will always tend to overlap a little bit. But what happened was that instead of just covering a small area, the new layer of speed paint reactivated the old one, that then got really viscous and started flowing, and then they did a very beautiful wet blend between the two colors. Unfortunately, it did it into the already painted area, which was not what I was looking for. Quite the contrary, actually. So that really messed up the paint job on one of my models, and actually, it made me give away all the speed paints I had, because it wasn't good. But just gonna clean up just a little bit. There's a few specks of white left that I can't really figure out why they're there. I think it's something to do with the way it kind of withdraws or whatever, pulls into the recesses, leaving a little bit of white here and there, but it becomes very, very visible. Just want to clean that up while I can. Okay, so that's that done. Next up we have the face and everything, so let's just go straight to this. I got thin. Now when doing the highlights, I've found that having super thin paint is actually really well, because that way the previous layer shows up through the paint, meaning that you can sort of gradually, you can move the paint around quite a lot and work with it, and then you just add a couple of layers where you want it to be, and that really, for me at least, you know, with unsteady hands, makes it a lot easier to work with. Don't have to be as precise, and just add several layers and adjust as I go along. That definitely helps me. Doesn't mean that I'm not trying to be precise. Just means that I have a little bit more leeway when doing like especially things like the cheekbones and stuff like that. Of course, it does mean, you know, adding more layers. That is super fine. I don't mind doing that. I mean, anything that gives a better and smoother result. Now, shading things, if you don't make it smooth, it's gonna look splotchy, which I'm sure is not the technically correct term for it. But it's gonna look like this kind of patches of different colors next to each other. I much prefer when you kind of have smooth transitions between the colors, and I tend to get that more with a lot of thinner layers of paint. I'm gonna leave, so you've got a really nice dark cheek on the left side here. I'm gonna leave that be, because it kind of gives her this slightly skeletal look to her face. Hopefully we'll get almost the same on the right cheek, which I think we will. I'm just gonna be a little quiet because concentration and stuff. What I'm trying to do here, I'm just going straight back to the same color that the face originally was before I washed it down, and I'm doing that to sort of build the base color back up. Once that is done, I'm going to shade down, or sort of brighten up the color and do a little bit of fine highlighting here and there. But before that, I really want to get a smooth, sort of smooth coat on most of her face. Yeah, with a little bit of shadow here and there. That way we avoid getting splotches and stuff like that. And you just do that. I'm doing it super slow because I'm slow. But doing that, with several layers just gives a better final result. Whereas if you take one thick layer, there's the risk of not covering it sort of evenly, and leaving small patches of the darker areas and not being able to really fix it, because then you're gonna add too bright a color. Mentioned before, she does have quite a bit of cleavage, which I'm not always too happy about. This is not too bad on this model, but yeah. The main issue is that it just reminds me of fantasy art and other models that are just going way overboard with the sexualizing things. It's not good. Shouldn't do it. Just when highlighting, try to follow the lines of the face. So again, so you don't paint small splotches here and there. So you actually paint the ridge of her cheekbones and the eyebrows here should probably be purple, I guess. I can't bring myself to do that, so I'm just gonna remain raised. The side of the nose. Cheek. See what we have. May actually need to go back in and just gently add a little bit of shade, because I seem to have messed up her left eye socket a bit. And yeah, no, I'm not going to do the eyes, because doing eyes always makes things worse. You're either going to get googly eyes, looking off in whatever direction, or you're just going to get white circles with black dots in the middle. And that is also not what you want to do for eyes. You want to, yeah, I don't really know what you want to do, because I'm not good with eyes. If you can do it, good on you. It looks super when people do the miniatures with proper eyes. But I can't, so I'm not even going to try. I could learn it. I know I can, but this is not the right time for me to start messing around with that. Far better to go to her hand and trying to get that smoothed out. Now we want to keep, you know, the parts of the wash that defines the lines of her hand. Then basically just make the rest of it a smooth, sort of slightly pale skin color here. Again, this is a model that's going to go on a diorama. I'm painting something that will be facing straight down, so there's really not a lot of point in spending too much time on, you know, the back of her hand since it's pointing down. But I still want to do it partly to get the training with it, but also because it's still going to be a little visible. And just try and find the natural lines of the hand and just painting that up. And if you're curious about it, you know, just look at your own hands and just make a fist or just hold it and see how the light actually plays with your hand, and see that most of it, that's the thing with the shadows, shadows shouldn't be linear from dark to bright. Like usually if you look at your hand, it's usually darkest all the way in. I mean, if you make a fist, it's going to be darkest where your fingers are coming together, or you know, when the skin is pressing together, and the rest of it actually really quickly becomes fairly bright. So it should only be a small part that's the actual shade, and then yeah. You see, this is a part where I've tripped up in the past, because this doesn't really look good because I'm still in the first layer, and that's when I've been super tempted to just splotch on a lot more paint. But instead we're going to try and do the right thing and just finish the hand and then give it another layer once we're done with everything, because then it's going to smooth out and do the highlights like we want them. Also, if you just joined and are lurking, that's perfectly fine, but feel free to say hi, let me know who you are, where you're from. I'm from Denmark, and I just enjoy painting miniature models. I'm not necessarily good at it, but I have fun doing it, and I try to learn new techniques and just talk about whatever. So also, as you can see, not a lot of people around, so it's you are a little bit shy. Now is a good time to say hi and introduce yourself with not a lot of people around. And if not, you're just gonna either lurk or head on over to someone more interesting to watch. Then I wish you a wonderful evening. Wish I could find a way to do this a lot faster, but I can't. So I'm just going to do this the way that works for me. It's probably not going to be, I mean, a lot of people paint a lot better than I do, but come to a point where at least I'm satisfied with the result, which is basically a good place to be. So what we're building here tonight is a Halloween diorama. I have the the scenery I did for it over on the side table. Let me know if you want to see it. I'm just painting up this witch. It's going to stand there along with some straw puppets that I'm guessing she conjured. There's going to be, you know, a pumpkin man, scarecrow kind of thing. Yeah, small hills, some grass, some hay bales, kind of sort of rural. Ugh, words I can't pronounce. So a rural scene where the puppets are going to be dancing around a small hill and everything. So yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm doing it for a new job. Well, not for my new job, but just to have some seasonal themed decoration in there. We're moving from one office to another tomorrow, so I really want to get this finished today. So I'm probably in for a long night, but it's fun. I mean, it's relaxing to paint. Some good music in the background that you can hear, but I can't. Music, by the way, is Adrian van Ziegler. Really good composer who creates a lot of atmospheric music. He actually lets you use his music for free. There's some details on his webpage and on his YouTube videos and stuff like that. So go check him out. It's Adrian van Ziegler. It's on YouTube, Spotify, Bandcamp, I think he's on as well. If you like the music, go support him. He's a full-time composer and he lets people use it royalty free. That does require you to buy it from him, which, I mean, it is not expensive to do. It's very reasonably priced. So if you need music for background for this, I went for some of the more spooky, sinister music because, I mean, Halloween is coming up and we're doing Halloween stuff. So yeah. But anyway, I think that's a hand. Slowly build up to the highlights. So now we just need the other hand, and a little bit of fixing up on the face once we're done with this. And if you stay tuned, once I'm done with the face and it's, you know, dried a little bit, I'm gonna in one fell swoop do the entire coat with what's known as a contrast paint. This is the name of a line of paints from Citadel Games Workshop's paint range, and they have I mean, it's not a new technique by any stretch of the imagination. Other, you know, painters have done it a long time, but just buying it pre-mixed it's a new thing in the miniature hobby. It's been around for a couple of years by now. 2 years, I think. Maybe 3. I think it came out in summer 19. And so you can just buy a bottle that's already mixed. In the past, what people would do would use something like a matte medium to thin it down, but, you know, keeping the pigments suspended or whatever. I'm not a chemist. Go watch Coopertown Hobbies. He's got a really good video where he plays around with, you know, blending different paints and, you know, different mix ratios between water and the matte medium and other things to sort of recreate the effect of the contrast paints. But basically the net effect is that it will sort of pool down into the recesses of the miniature and give the illusion of shadows and highlights in a single layer, instead of, like, you know, here where I'm slowly building up the hand and currently doing a really bad job at it because I'm messing up all over. So instead of doing that slowly, you'll get a lot more highlights. I can show an example with, let's just take the pumpkins we're also going to be using. This was just a single coat of paint and doesn't seem to come through that well on camera, but I mean, you can see some shading on them. If we go to the back, it can be a little bit more clear. Kind of see in the sort of ridges down in the pumpkin, the paint pools there and becomes thicker, so there's more pigment, so there's more coloring. Whereas on the raised areas, less pigment is going to be, so it's going to have a brighter color, or it's going to be more, it's translucent, the word we're looking for, I think it is. So you can see the underlying color, which in this case was white, so that gives the highlights in the model. And the contrast paint, or the speed paint from Army Painter, does a really good job of doing that. Just don't really have anything that works well for what's it called? What am I doing here? Flesh tones. I'm sure there are some colors, but I wanted these to have a little bit more control and do this the manual way. So that's what I'm doing. And yeah, trusting the process and just slowly adding layer upon layer upon layer until we get a nice even coat. Then I might go in with, depends on how long all of this is going to take, I might go in with a slightly brighter version of the skin tone for just a few highlights, like the tip of the fingers, things like that. Add a little bit extra, just make it pop a little bit more. The goal here is to make not really realistic paint job, but make something that looks good from afar, which means that it has to be exaggerated, just like when people do makeup for theater shows and stuff like that. If you're sitting on the first row, it's not going to look that good. But if you're sitting up in the gallery or whatever it's called, it's still going to be visible. You're going to have excessive highlighting and shading of the face, which makes it look better from a distance, and that's what we're going for here as well. Usually when I'm painting miniatures, not for the diorama here, I'm painting it for the board games, role-playing games, or war games. I don't play the Warhammer games really, but there's some other games like one-page rules or things like that, where you usually need to paint a handful of minis, if not a full army, and then instead of trying to paint all of them super precise like this, you just really want to make it look good when they're standing on the table. A lot of people refer to that as being tabletop ready. So basically my guideline is that if it looks good when you're holding out, stretch out your arm, and look at it, from like 50 centimeters or whatever, 1.5 feet. If it looks good there, it's going to look good on the table, and that is what we're aiming at. You don't want it to be more than that. Because, I mean, that way you can easily spend several hours per miniature, but if you're trying to paint up a regiment of 20 miniatures, that's going to be like 40 plus hours easily spent on that. And that's time you're not spending painting other minis or playing the game. That's my advice, is to make consider where you're going to use the miniature, or if you're doing board games, if you're doing something like, say, Zombicide, and you have like this horde of zombies running around, do you actually want to paint each individual zombie in super details? Some people do. That looks absolutely amazing when it's on the table. But you can get away with a super simple paint job. You can skip a lot of the details. Some of them have like small pouch or whatever pocket lining on the trousers, things like that. You can really just skip all of those things and just go, nah, not gonna do it. Because no one's ever gonna look at the miniatures up close And if they're not looking at the miniature up close, sorry about hitting the camera. If they're not doing that, then why bother painting it? Just make it look good when it's standing on the table. So yeah, in other words, cheat. Like we're kind of doing here. Did all the highlights, found out I've messed up the eyes a little bit, and just go back in with the shade, flop it in where we need it, take out a little bit. And that gives a little bit more structure to her eyes. Oh, I don't know, structure, outlining, emphasis. Now I'm gonna see what I can do about her lips. That was not too bad. And yeah, I don't do eyes. Because whenever I try to do eyes, unless we're talking like robots with a glowing red single dot for an eye, unless we're talking something like that, it never goes well when I do it. It goes googly-eyed, it just wobbles all over, it's terrible, it's a mess. But I mean, this on the camera here on her right hand, you can actually see the shadows between the fingers and right next to the thumb and sort of the inside the palm. And if you can see that on the camera, that means that I've done something right. And looking at it here, I can see that it's not splotchy or bad. So it's pretty decent. It's good enough. Good enough to work. Now on to trying to shade the blue belt and coat. I've been procrastinating that for a bit because I'm not really sure this is gonna work well, but we'll just see. Yeah, no, it's going to work fine. May need a little bit of highlight later on, or it may actually just work the way it is because it's does let the original color shine through here and there. Just adds the shading that we want. And I'm being super careful with not getting too much on because I don't want it to start seeping out where it shouldn't go. Just want a smooth layer of dark blue shade, and okay, that was a little bit too much. Let's just, you can just dig it out a little bit with the brush. You can wipe off the excess paint and just go in with a either slightly moist brush or completely dry. You can usually find time to dig out or pull out some of the shade, you know, if you had too much wash on it. We're also getting to the part of the night where I can't speak properly anymore. I apologize for that. English is not my native language, so please at least give me that. But we'll try our best and see. We have that actually looks pretty good. Now I'm not too worried about sort of these transitions here between the blue and what's currently white, because the white part is going to be a darker shade of blue, so that's gonna sort of overpower whatever I get in there right now by mistake. Just need to be careful when I add, you know, the darker layer in a little bit. I mean, this brings down the the tone of her belt a lot, but I still think it's worth it because it does add to the shadows, and I can just clean it up a little bit, just like I did with the hands, but it's just going to be quicker because there's not as many details in her what's called in the belt and pouch. So it's going to be a little easier to just clean up like the ridges of the belt, giving it the bright blue color again later on. And yeah, it looks a little dirty now. That's fine. It's not as bad as if we'd used one of the brown toned shades or washes. So face is good here. I think we're... Nope, I completely forgot that there's actually a band around on the it's not a helmet. I was about to call it a helmet, but it's really a hat. Just quickly do this. And we're actually coming up on the, finishing her. And then I think all the fun part starts, because then we're going to start tagging and gluing all of this to the diorama. And I have a pretty good idea of where things should be. In addition to her, we also have some straw puppets, we have some hay bales, we have other things. If I have time and energy, I'm gonna make a small, what's it called? Fence. It is small, like small hill in a field of grass, and the field is sort of cut in half or cut in two by a road, a dirt road going through it, and I want to make a small fence next to the road. But I mean, it's a nice to have, not a need to have. I mean, it's really weird because it still looks like there's a lot missing on her, but that's because the entire coat and hat is just gonna be done in one fell swoop, as you would say if you were inclined for the dramatic. I need to do something about her lips. Yes, I can do something. Actually, there's a small trick you can do with the lips. Just go up and make them a little brighter than they should be. Once that is dried, I'm actually going to do one of the paler shadows, just like I cleaned up, the around the eyes. I'm just going to use a brighter reddish, slightly red tinted wash, like this one here. The light tone has a lot of brown in it because it has some red. I'm just going to do that just in between the lips, hoping that it'll look like actual lips and not just normal skin. Let's just do that really carefully. We really don't want that seeping too much out to the sides. We still want the color to be visible. So the two things we're actually doing here, I guess it's more a little bit like a glaze combined with the watch. So we use the color to tint the underlying color. That worked well. And at the same time, we also want to go for the shading effect, where it pools in the middle. Again, doesn't come through on camera, really. Might be a little bit more clear, more visible. Looks a little exaggerated when you get up close, as if you've been smearing lipstick all over your face and not on your lips. But that's fine. It actually just, the exaggeration of that makes it more visible. I'm just gonna come in again, do exactly the same in the same place, and just gonna have a little bit more color. Oh my hands are shaking. Okay, and because it was a little shaky hands, just gonna really carefully just clean up a little bit around the edges, mostly to remove the somewhat cartoonish grin she seems to have gotten. We're not talking full-on, Joker from Batman kind of grin, but it was getting there. And a little bit there. A little bit there. And as much as I actually hate spending a lot of time doing all these details, I actually really enjoy doing them, and just, again, it's a learning experience for me as well, and just tinkering with this until it gets better and start getting it right. It's very rewarding, and just to slowly build it up. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Enough of that. Are we gonna make her eyebrows purple? Yes. Let's make her eyebrows purple just because we can. That's, by the way, more or less the best reason for doing anything, because you can. Not entirely sure if that made things better or worse. It actually helps if I get all of it colored in. Yeah. I really don't know if that was better or worse, but it's different. It gives a little bit more. I mean, I wish I could, draw the eyes in, but that is definitely gonna mess everything up. So, other than maybe just quickly cleaning up a little bit, scratched off a little bit of the purple on her hair. Just gonna quickly clean that up. I think we're ready to actually go for the coat. Let's see how that goes. There's also, of course, shading the blue band. We can do that afterwards. So where did it go? Contrast, leave it on blue. Now I want this to be a dark blue, and it is going to be a dark blue. And I want that because I originally considered just doing the coat black, but I still wanted to have a tint of some kind, some kind of coloring So let's actually start with the shoulders, the smaller brush, and just working our way down. It's a little bit too much. Oh, this is gonna look absolutely wonderful, exactly what I wanted. Because again, the contrast paints are gonna just seep down into the recesses, give that nice automatic shade, leave the highlights exposed, so the white from the priming is gonna come through. I actually think we're gonna leave I'm gonna need to take a decision here if I should leave just something on her wrist, if I should just make that the dark blue, or if I should cover it later on, do it, you know, the brighter blue like the belt and pouch, because there's nothing wrong with doing it dark blue now and then just giving it like an edge, like fur trim or whatever it's called. I can do that later with the brighter blue. And again there. Now the underside of her arm is going to be super dark because I gave her what's known as a accidental highlight, which if you've heard me rant before, you know what it is. Start with a black or very dark gray mini, and then you just spray brighter and brighter colors, you know, from a higher and higher angle to simulate light coming down from above. Now what I'm doing here is I'm trying to sort of get a little bit of the excess color off her arm. Now with the accidental highlight kind of helps, especially with the contrast paints. It really helps because it assists the tendency of the paint to seep into the recesses, and the recesses are usually going to be darker on a accidental, and when the highlight's going to have a brighter white color, and then you have the translucent paint that the contrast paint is translucent, and it's going to naturally seep into the recesses, but they're also going to be darker, making the entire sort of final look of the model more like the shading and highlighting. So yeah. So and again, since I wanted this to still remain like a dark coat, jacket, whatever it is, I think it's really fine that it is a fairly dark accidental highlight I gave her on the shading when I primed the model, and then the blue is a very dark blue. That's fine because I wanted to bring it down towards black, but with some color to it. So that seems to work pretty well. And you can see it's beginning to take form. Now here I'm gonna be super careful not to get it onto her skin, because blue seeping onto her skin would be a pain in the butt to try and fix and correct later on. So just gonna slowly do front of the coat, and then just from the top, just very gently pulling the blue up so it covers all the white. Actually, it is better to have the colors overlap a little bit than to have a white band between them. The white band or white, patches here and there, they're gonna be far more visible than if you make a mistake and get a little bit of blue onto her skin. That's just gonna be, I mean, if you look at it closely, yes, you'll be able to see that it's a mistake. But if you look at it from afar, like I talked about before, having it standing on the table, then you're gonna be able to see the white spots far clearer than you're gonna see the mistakes with the overlapping paint. So definitely, don't err on the side of caution. That's not gonna help you. That's gonna leave white spots. That's gonna be super visible and give a poor result. So yeah. And I did that thing where I started humming again, because instead not wearing my headphones, I can't hear the music. And I'm betting it's super annoying to have the music in the background and then I start humming a completely different tune on top of it. Okay, and now any suggestions as to the buttons and the colors for them? I was thinking about doing it in metal, but I think that might be a little bit too shiny. I mean, you can do something like, it's called brass or gold or something, so it's not like a super clear bright silver. You can also do like the burnt metal, but I am considering just starting them in with the bright blue again, just trying to keep to that color scheme. When working with contrast colors, one of the issues I have with them, things I have a hard time adjusting to, is that you really only get one attempt, because once they start drying up, it gets really tricky if you start painting over it. If you do it before it's fully dried, it's gonna get a little, I think rubbery is probably the right description of it. So once you start trying to fix a mistake and it's half dried, you're just gonna leave very large sort of holes in it. It's not gonna have that smooth shading that you're looking for, and which we're not getting here. I'm not going for the smooth shading with this dark color here. So it's can be a little tricky, because if you don't get it right at first, it has to dry completely. But then if you give it a second coat, the second coat is gonna cover so much better than the first one, and that's gonna mess up, the actual color. So it's gonna be even darker than what you were aiming at. So it's just I found that what works best is just going fast. Better to have a little bit too much color, or sort of paint is the word. A little bit too much paint on your brush is better than too little for this. Otherwise, you're just gonna leave white splashes. But I mean, there you go. It's not really clear on the camera to see that it's actually blue, but you can see sort of just the tint of it when you're looking at her, and that was really all we were going for. And that's kind of a nice, rewarding way to add a lot of color in a really short time. It's only 10 o'clock here in Denmark, so still early. We can still do more painting. Now, of course, we need to do her hat. Clearly, we need to do her hat. And I think it's gonna be blue as well. And let's see if I can actually do that without messing up too much. And here with messing up, what I'm mostly concerned about is accidentally touching the coat while it's still drying, because that's going to leave fingerprints and going to smear off the paint here and there and all that. So it's just going to be that's going to be a mess. So let's just see if we can do this properly. I mean, that was what happened with her hair before. The problem is that I've been handling the miniature while painting it, and sometimes I have my fingers like on her hair, and that's not going to be good because it's just going to slowly wear off the contrast paint. It's not fully cured, and I think it's not as durable even when it is cured and fully dried. It's not as durable as the normal acrylic paint, which is why I'm also gonna seal this model like I sealed the other models with varnish. This word. I'm gonna use some satin varnish, which is gonna dampen down the tones a little bit, give a nice sort of silky smooth finish to the mini. Yeah. And earlier today, for the first time, I tried using some of the varnish that is specifically made for airbrushes, and it worked super well. It was even possible to easily clean the airbrush afterwards, so it didn't log up or have varnish drying in it, anything like that. So that means no issues with rattle cans, and rattle cans both for paint and varnish can be really temperamental, I think is the right term. It's a good term for it, because if it's not the right humidity, if it's not the right temperature, it's tricky to get the rattle cans to work properly. And I've messed up miniatures in the past, not with the satin sprays, but with the matte varnish. Especially the matte varnish has a tendency, if you mess it up, and I think it was the wrong humidity that did it for me. But the miniatures I painted, laboriously painted, spent a couple of hours on, they got this ghostly gray, dusty, almost snow effect on them. I mean, you could use it for something fancy if you like, but honestly it just looked bad, just looked really bad. So that's with the varnish meant for the airbrush. That's so much easier because I think it has to do with the propellant in the rattle cans that needs to have, there's a lot of chemistry happening there. Don't ask, I don't know the details. I just know that I never got it working properly, whereas I've never had problems with the airbrush. So that is a dark blue coat. Perfect. And I should touch up her shoes as well. Now for the shoes, I'm gonna do pretty much the same I did for the straw puppets that are on the other table. And gonna use I'm going almost all in on the contrast paints here because it's super easy to get things working, and a lot of these the features on these models are really good for it. So the main reason I'm using the gray contrast paint here is to break the sort of black to white zenithal highlight, give it just that little bit of blue tint that makes her feet appear, at least my opinion, nicer. So it's not just a dusted white. It actually has a little bit of color, and that looks better from a distance. And I don't want to go with a fully black contrast paint again, because that's just going to be super dark. I mean, it's already covered by a lot of her coat, but I also don't want to have it actually be white. So that there, yeah, just adds a little bit. A lot better than just, you know, the, as I said, the white, black white shading. And let's just use my super fancy high-tech system for letting her dry. There's still a few things missing. I don't know if I'm gonna do the trim in bright blue. I think that's gonna take too long, but I do want to shade down the band around her hat. I want to do the buckles on her belt and on the hat as well. And I actually think that with the dark blue coat, the sort of dark shaded, it's called, yeah, again, the pouch and that, I think I'll leave it at the dark shade, which means that she is not fully done, but she is almost done. And that means that it's time to have fun with the pumpkins. Because now we're getting to the point where we need to cut them off the sprue. But before that, I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been going for 3 hours now, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. As I said before, we are gonna do something with the pumpkins. We're gonna cut them off from the brew or whatever the thing they're on is now. We're also gonna remember to drink some water. Now, it's not gonna be pretty once I'm done, but they're also gonna be glued on the bottom, so yeah, that one is annoying. No way. Yeah, that's scratched up a lot of it. Okay. I need some... Just need a little bit of sandpaper, and we're gonna just be, as I cut them out, I'm just gonna be cleaning them up a little bit. Might also be better to use a small knife, scalpel, instead of the wire cutters. So we're gonna try that. And I've never worked with these ones before. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, the wire cutters did bad things to the paint job. And that at least made it, yeah. Okay, so not wire cutters, but a small knife. Now, when using knives, always be careful not to cut your fingers, cut away from yourself. You probably know the drill. Okay, I actually thought this was gonna be easier with a knife. Maybe use a bigger knife. I don't know if the blade is too thick to really do anything. Yeah, we'll see. Well, at least I could cut off the pumpkin in a way that looks okay. Yeah, this is gonna work. I mean, what you can see here is you have a lot of the gray on the bottom part of the pumpkin, along with some cat hair. But that's, well, the cat hair is not fine, but the gray stuff, the gray areas are fine because they're gonna be fully covered. I mean, I'm cutting it flat with the knife, so it's just gonna sit on that gray area. No need to even sand it down, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, now we have 2 pumpkins. One pumpkin down. The other pumpkin down. Now they do get a little banged up, so I may need to do a little bit of cleaning. Shit, things are really going... things are going a little wrong here, but it's fine. That one got cut in half. Okay. Well, so that's a thing. That one more or less broke off on its own. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what material this is. I'm not entirely sure how easy it was supposed to be to get these off. I think it's... For me, it seemed logical to paint them while they were still on here, but now cutting it did damage a lot of the paint job on some of them. That's fine. Just, you know, take the ones that were really bad and just, yeah, fix it up. Okay, one done. On to the next. Let's do these ones here. There we go, much better. Actually is a really soft material. It's just when cutting through, you know, the thick part that sort of holds it onto the sprue. It's just all in all, this could have gone better. It could also have gone worse. I don't think anyone's gonna notice that. And lots of lovely pumpkins. Besides, I mean, there's a hill in the diorama, so I can just place, you know, the damaged parts of the pumpkins up against that hill. One of them I'm gonna use to try and fix one of the straw puppets, because when the witch and straw puppets are 3D printed models, but when I removed the support from one of the puppets, I also removed the foot, which was definitely not the plan. But yeah, I mean, it happened. It's what it is. Chabbity chabbity. That's yeah, that's fine. Okay, this is a bit of a letdown that it damages the pumpkins so much to cut them free. I mean, what are you gonna do? No, but as I said, one of the straw puppets lost its foot, so I'm actually just gonna place, you know, the stump of the leg on top of one of the pumpkins, so it'll either look like she's standing on the pumpkin or that the pumpkin is actually her foot. Either way, it's gonna be fine. And I mean, I have plenty of pumpkins. The only thing that is annoying is that even though I have coated them with varnish, they still lose a bit of the paint job, you know, as I'm cutting it, because when I cut them, they just get pressed down into the onto the table, which is a little annoying. I'm just trying different ways of doing this to see if I can limit the damage on some of them at least. Yeah, like that. Smaller ones. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm getting the hang of it. I've got 4 pumpkins left and I'm beginning to figure out how to actually remove them without damaging them too much. And without damaging myself. To be honest, that is my main concern. Now, these are also going to be placed, some of them at least, in the grass on the diorama, which means again that we can cover and hide some of the mistakes and problems with the paint peeling off and all that. That's just should be possible, should be doable. Yeah, it's fine. last pumpkin. How do I do this? Let's just do... Yeah, this is annoying. This is where I cut off my fingers. Nope. Yeah, jinxed it. Okay, so, let's see how badly this went, and just do some quick cleanup on the pumpkins. I mean, this may not even take well, because it's gonna be, they're gonna be bouncing all over and probably peeling off the paint as quickly as I get it on. But at least we can maybe just tone it down just a little bit. And we don't need the sandpaper, fortunately. I mean, even though it's not gonna look perfect when I'm doing this clean up here, it's gonna be far better to have the wrong shade of orange as opposed to just a gray spot on the pumpkin. So that is definitely an improvement. I also realized I forgot to paint the teeth on a lot of them, but I really don't want to do that now, so that's just too bad. They don't get their teeth painted. Once all of this has been glued onto the diorama, I'm going to give all of it another coat of varnish just to help fix things in place. And yeah, cover up. I mean, the last bits of paint I'm giving it here doesn't really matter much. Makes it look a lot better, and I'm not too worried about it scratching off once it's dried, because it's, I mean, they're going to be sitting on a diorama. No one's going to be touching the individual pumpkins or moving them around or anything like that. It's more if you're playing, painting miniatures you're using for a game. It's the varnish is really good to have. Because that way, whenever your opponent just takes your miniatures and puts them somewhere, we don't have to worry too much about all the paint peeling off. So yeah. It's kind of tricky with the really small pumpkins. Moving them around after I painted, fixed the paint, but without touching the wet paint or flipping them around so they land on it. Doesn't really work well. But hey, it is what it is, and once it's glued on, hopefully nobody will notice. Right. So that's done. All right, we need the scarecrow. I think what we need to do is to cut off the large base here, because I don't want him standing on that. I want him just stuck into the ground, and then covering that up with some other stuff. So that one we probably need to cut with the wire cutters. I think that is the best solution. And I can't actually get all the way down there. So, cut. And I would really like for him to have a spike like the others. But I simply think that I cannot drill a hole into that small piece there without breaking it. Should I try? Okay, you convinced me. We're gonna try it. Because if I can actually get a small hole in, I can get the spike in, then I can put the spike into the ground. That's gonna really help keep him stable while the glue sets. So, drilling holes. Now that's one thing I found when I was working with the other miniatures. It's actually really easy to drill into the resin, as we can see here again. And I don't need to go that deep, just enough to have something where the glue can attach to the sides of the pin. Oh, it's starting to crack. Okay, just leave it there. And how are we gonna glue this on without everything falling apart? I guess first thing to do is to actually find the glue. Where's my glue? Here's my glue. Just gonna use good old regular super glue. Add a very small drop. There. That was off camera. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to not glue my fingers together. And we're actually just gonna pop some of the glue off because there's plenty there. Stick it here. Hopefully it's gonna stick. Otherwise you're gonna be looking at me holding the pin in place for... When it's super glue, it's supposed to be, done in like a few seconds. But I found that sometimes it just takes way longer before it actually sets. But let's leave this here and just give it at least a couple of minutes. But it is in roughly the right spot. Shoot! I also need to actually. Do I need to paint that? I'll do that later. Just give it some kind of brown, wood-ish color. So hey, I managed to drill successfully. That was good. I think I'm going to be happy I did that once I actually get to the gluing and attaching things to the diorama. And I think that is what comes next. So I'm just gonna spend 2 minutes cleaning up things, moving things around to make way, make more room for myself, so I can actually have room for the diorama, so I can actually start gluing things in place without worrying too much about all the mess I've done here. And I absolutely forgot to put our test miniature over here. I mean, it is ugly. Let me know if you want to see something else. I have a bunch of minis that can go in there. It's just what I use. At least it's colorful, and I think it's a good example of how some of my process works, in the sense that I need to try out this paint. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on this miniature instead of experimenting with the miniatures I'm actually painting. I'm just using a random mini. Now, I did mention that we're gonna make a fence at some point, but I think we're just gonna try to work on the... I almost wiped off all the pumpkins. We're actually gonna start working on the diorama itself. So, here we have something. Let's slide this off. I'm trying to avoid scattering the pumpkins all over. So basically, let's go out a little bit, because now we're gonna work on the fun part. And for this I'm just gonna adjust the camera to give a better view. Like so. Okay, so we have these two. My plan was to have them out there, or maybe one up here and one down there, then having these 5 miniatures scattered around. I'm not going to press the pins down here. I'm going to use a different pin for that and just make the hole and just attach this down. And I don't really have any plan. I don't have any good ideas. No one's around to actually give me some advice on this. Could have used a good designer, Emily. So if you're listening, Emily, I could use a good designer here. I consider maybe doing sort of a Congo line or whatever, dancing them down. Should they face the road? Should they face... I mean, they're gonna face wherever the witch and the pumpkin man are gonna be. So without further ado, just stick them in there. And that shows that she needs to go down there. Okay, so the pin is actually keeping them in place really well. So maybe that is the way to go. Instead of gluing them in, just having them stand there, because for no other reason than being able to move them around at a later date. Just squeezing them deep into the... Yeah, then I can work around, you know, how they should be turned. I'm gonna add pins to the hay bales as well. This works well. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna leave her out near the edge. That's the one who needs a pumpkin as a leg. Let's see if we can give her that. Okay, so we can. Right, so this is gonna be an experiment. Straight onto the base, without any concerns for how it's gonna work, function. And I am not gonna glue my fingers down. So I'm gonna take some tweezers. I'm gonna put down that one there. Okay, so I don't know if you can see that. you know, that small pumpkin there. That looks really, really well. It also looks like it's not entirely taking to the glue. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get her down there. If for no other reason than that she's actually holding the pumpkin in place. And we have the other one. Should she maybe be standing up here, just to break up the monotony of the plateau? I mean, once I make a hole up here, something needs to go in it. I'll have to go back and clean stuff up. Yes, this is what we do. That looks pretty good. Okay, so next up, I'll just quickly drill spikes into the hay bales. We're gonna be making some spikes. I'm gonna give you a chance to look at how. Yeah, I actually think that's coming along quite nicely. I mean, it looks artificial, yes, absolutely. There's no avoiding that with a lot of these things. I mean, it's gonna be clear enough that it's yeah. This one here, drilling into it. Move it over here so you can see it, and that really ought to be enough. And it actually works surprisingly well, just, you know, with the just having the small pins, spikes. I like to call them spikes because they seem so large when I was, you know, drilling them into the feet of the straw puppets. But it's really just, you know, pins like we use for a cork board or whatever, and having them just holds it really nicely into place. It might at some point be a good idea to just fix it with the glue, but I mean, it doesn't immediately come off when I pull at it, so it's good enough for this purpose. Right. Glue pins. I have one pin left, so we're just gonna see. It's just normal pins like this that I just use, and just take some heavy duty wire cutters and make sure you point down the actual pin somewhere safe, so it doesn't go jumping around, hitting you in the eye, or hitting someone else in the eye, or an animal, whatever you have around you. Be careful when you do these things. I would hate for you to hurt yourself. There we go. Let's close this up. And just get rid of a little bit of the excess glue. There's plenty of glue to keep the pin in place, and if there's too much glue, it can take forever to, you know, dry and fixate it. So that one there. Wait for that to finish and get the last pin. Actually, for storing the pins after you've cut them off, magnets are your friend, because that way they're not going anywhere. They're not going to be bouncing all over, scattering all over, anything weird like that. It's perfectly fine. Now, as for the pumpkins, maybe I should give them some pins as well. I mean, the larger ones, if I can drill into them. Why did I remove the drill? I mean, yeah, I'm going a little overboard with the drilling, maybe, perhaps. But hey, it works. So if it works and makes it easier and prevents the pumpkins from scattering all over the place, I think that is worth doing. Yeah. I think these pumpkin may actually be of some kind of resin as well. It's really soft material, very easy to drill into. Okay, so I'm gonna do this with as many as, not all of them. Some of the small ones will need with that too. I'm just gonna glue them in. But the larger ones where I can actually fit a pin, and the larger ones I also want to sort of position a little bit more precise. So, and I have plenty of pins to work with. I need to be careful that my fingers aren't scratching up the paint. And actually some of the smaller pumpkins, I'm gonna try to build them into like a pile of pumpkins. It's gonna be tricky because part of it is unpainted. And I think I'm just gonna do it, you know, at the, yeah, that lost some paint. That was annoying. Better fix it up as I go along, or I forget. It's not going to be perfect because, as I said before, the I mean the paint here has peeled off all the way into the resin or whatever they're made of, so the entire priming and central highlight, all of that is completely gone from that patch where the paint disappeared. But I don't want to do the whole white black shading patching again. Just want to cover it so it's not visible from afar. But let's take this one as the last one that gets a pin. Just be a little more careful about how I hold it. Yeah. Easy is not good, but it's better than nothing. Now I'm not going to remove the pin, or remove the drill bit, which means that it's probably going to be the last drilling I'm going to be doing. So let's make pins. How many do I need? I need 2, 4, I need 6. Do I have any place to put them? Yes, I do. I have a magnet. Two. That's 3. I mean, I've got a whole box of them here. 4, 5, 6, and an extra 2 poke holes. And there we go, that's 6, and the extra pin for that. And we just need the glue again. Yeah, which I put over here. Just gonna do these one at a time. And this is where I kind of go, oh wait, did I use the right drill bit for this? Apparently I did. one of the reasons you can very easily find the small drills is that a lot of people will actually use magnets, and then they'll drill holes, attach magnets to the bottom of the minis, and they'll use it for storage. So they'll have a metal plate, not in their heads, but in their cupboards or bags or whatever, and then just flop all the minis down on that plate, and the magnets will keep them in place, which I think is a super smart way of doing it. People also use the magnets for, you know, configurable models. So you'll have, like, if in war games, for instance, if you have a kind of, you know, trooper, whatever, that can have different kinds of weapons, instead of painting, you know, 7 different models, you just paint the base model and the 7 weapon configurations, and then you magnetize the arms. So you just plop up the arms or the hands or whatever, and replace them with the right weapons you want to use in that particular game. I think that's super smart. Requires a little bit of extra work, but all things considered, that it's less work than having to paint those extra models, especially if you spend a lot of time getting the highlights and shadows right and everything. So it's yeah, that's one way of doing it. But since I don't really play a lot of war games, it's not really an issue for me. And the ones I have played in the past and hope to play again would be skirmish games where you don't need a lot of miniatures, so it might actually be fun. And I mean, instead of painting 200 miniatures, I'm probably only going to paint like somewhere between 5 and 10 per squad. So a few extra models is, percentage wise, I know, a lot more, but all things considered, not too bad. Okay, so how do we feel about all of this? Can we get some focus? It is not happy focusing. Turn off. Did I turn off manual focusing? I don't know. Maybe if I did that. Maybe if I didn't push the camera too much. Why is it not? Oh well. I'm trying to actually make it at least focused on one of the minis. Maybe it's simply just too close to... I don't have a macro lens, so there is that as well. Anyway, make sure I don't put any of this in the glue. So this one is done. I need to add a little bit of brown, maybe black, maybe something else. What do we have? What do we need? Should I just make it black? Yeah, let's give it some black to work with. And I just made my wet palette go away, so we're just gonna improvise. It's just gonna be a little bit anyway, so that's fine. It's not because it really needs to be a visible color of any kind. It's just that if I darken it down, it's going to be less visible. People are not going to notice it, and if they don't notice it, it doesn't matter what color it is. This scarecrow, by the way, is made by a guy, I can't remember his real name, but his Patreon handle is MZ4250, MZ4250, and he's done a lot of STL files for the D&D 5th edition, the Monster Manual, Volo's Guide to Monsters, and all the different ones. I think he has completed the entire range by now, and he's slowly upgrading them with new versions, better models, prettier models, and so on. And nope, I'm not gonna give him the green eyes like the other ones, because that is way too finicky. I cannot get in there with the green. But I am gonna place him right up here. And yeah, so he can stand there. And the witch, she goes down over here. Nah, she's taller than him. I was kind of hoping, I mean, I should have thought about that when I printed the models. I should have scaled the scarecrow up a little bit. But anyway, mommy and daddy, whatever you want to think, are standing up there. Yeah, the face is by no means perfect on the witch, but it's way better than I had imagined. And I forgot that I'm not done painting her. So maybe we do that before we actually assemble everything. And that means bringing out all the paints again and stuff. So, but hey, that is super much worth it. So let's see, what do we need? We need to shade her first. Yeah, came off without a hitch. I mean, that's why I really want to drill into the minis instead of just gluing. Okay, now you can't see my face really, so it's let's do that. That's yeah, whatever. Sorry about the shaky view, just trying to make sure it's all visible. Anyway, it's when I actually have to remove the minis. That's it. The reason I want to have the pins now drilled into the mini is so that when I do remove them, as I knew I was going to do eventually, because of whatever, then at least I can just, I mean, the glue will stick better when it's sticking to the sides of the pin instead of just at the bottom of the pin. Also because I'm cutting it with wire cutters means that it's going to have like, the cut is going to be angled a little bit, and that's bound to be really bad with just gluing it onto the foot of the model, for instance. So yeah, drilling into it, absolutely worth it. So that's a new technique I've been trying out with this. Found that it works. It's good to know for doing, you know, future dioramas and all that. And yeah. So with that roughly done, I'm using a very loose definition of done here because I also want to finish all of this. We also have a cat. That's always good to have, you know, good company. What did I say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go with brass for the buckles because I don't want to make it shiny. I just want to make it, you know, visible. I want to give it some color instead of just being silvery. So that's what we'll do. And gonna need my extra eyes for this. By extra eyes being a lamp with a building magnifying glass, which is a super handy thing for you know, painting miniatures if your eyesight is not as good as, you know, young people. I actually think it improved my painting to get this magnifying glass, simply because I can see things clearer, which means I can, you know, better see when as well as where the brush will actually hit the miniature. I don't know, it may sound like something that people just think, but dude, you know that, you can just look at it. But I mean, I can't. I mean, I don't know if I'm getting if I need reading glasses. According to my ophthalmologist, I think it's called. According to them, I don't need reading glasses. I'm nearsighted. I'm also sometimes short-sighted, but that's a different matter. But I'm nearsighted. Wear glasses or contacts, but I don't need reading glasses yet. So I do get a checkup every 6 months, and nothing shows up. So yeah. Story of Skjalm's eyesight. Actually, a fun story about it was that when we found out that I needed glasses, I was almost 11 years old. When I found out, the month before or so, just very short time before, I had actually won the sort of youth club, whatever pastime, where you go after school. I don't know what it's called in English. But I had won our sort of club championship or competition in BB gun shooting, which was kind of interesting because apparently what I did was that I wasn't actually seeing the center of the target clear, but I just saw like this blurred black dot in the middle, and I was just shooting at the center of that blob, and that works fine. I mean, it's symmetrical. So I was my eyesight was apparently symmetrical as well enough that as long as I didn't have to be able to see the target clearly. I just had to be able to see where it was and just aim at the middle of this blurred thing. So I won. Didn't get a perfect score. Wasn't that well, but I mean, it's still I think it's a fun story. Just gonna need a little bit of touching up because I messed up the buckle at the top, so I was just gonna get just like a little bit of blue on there. I mean, these are metallic colors I was painting with, which means that it's super clear. If you mess up and paint those into the others, they're gonna be really bright and they're gonna be reflecting the light. So yeah, needed to clean that one up. And just need a decent shade for. It's just gonna go with the black shade. I mean, it's a brass buckle, so I should use some kind of red tinted shade for it, but it's also a very small area, so basically all I need is just something to bring out the details of the buckle more than actually shading it, and this is how we do it. Not visible on camera, but visible here. And just for good measure, while I'm there. So again, that as I mentioned earlier, that little bit of white between two colors is gonna be super visible from afar. So let's fix that one up then when I see it. Yeah, that's her done. I did not do the buttons. Let's do the buttons in brass as well. And I'm not going to paint all of it. I'm just going to paint sort of the top half. So then the bottom is still going to be shaded, giving it again sort of the illusion of shading. And I simply do that by painting from roughly, well, it doesn't look like that with the brush, but painting like the top quarter of it, roughly speaking. Also painting the belt, which is annoying. I'll just fix that later. I'm making all the I'm really tired mistakes now. So yeah, welcome to the newcomers. Don't be shy. Show yourself in chat. Say hi. Where you're from? How's your day going? Here we are building a Halloween diorama. Getting close to the finish. just remember that I needed to finish a few details on one of the models here, namely the belt buckle and the buttons on her coat. The scene is a bunch of straw puppets dancing around a witch and a scarecrow, a pumpkin-headed scarecrow, in a small field. And the field and the hill, the terrain here was basically just something I did to do some terrain and just play around, have fun, try different techniques. And then I found this witch that may actually come into focus at some point in the very distant future. Nah, I should get a macro lens for this, apologize for that. But basically, there she is. She can go stand there. This is kind of the diorama we are aiming at here. Now, since all of this is done, I need to put down a ton of pumpkins. We have, the puppet out here with the pitchfork. She gets a hay bale next to her. It's not the largest hay bale, but it is a hay bale. I'm not going to glue all of this in. I know it would sit better, but the pins actually work quite well. I'm going to put another hay bale here. I can press down the... Now, since this is static grass, it's actually rising up about 4 millimeters over. So you can kind of see here, it kind of rises up like a carpet. And that also means that it's kind of hard actually pressing these all the way down to the actual surface. But, with a little bit of wiggling and stuff, it works. It's fine. And she's just sitting there. And I mean, I'm not going to throw this around, so it's okay that they can't be moved, the small minis. Yeah. We can get a little bit out. Then the pumpkins. This is where I should actually get creative and do stuff, but it's also kind of late. So I'm just gonna stick them in random places. I'm gonna find one nasty looking pumpkin, place it up on the hill. It's gonna be this one. And this is where I'm gonna use the extra pin I have. Just put that down here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I think I'm just gonna see. Humans are not good at doing things randomly. So I'm gonna mess this up no matter what I do, so I might as well just do it. Besides, it doesn't have to be realistic anyway. It's just fun. I mean, things like this, just remember, have fun. Don't worry about the details. It's gonna be absolutely fine. Now I am gonna keep all the pumpkins on that side of the road, because I kind of want it to be the story, the narrative I'm building in my head is that these, the puppets and all that, they're dancing around in the field, and then someone might be walking down the road and get a really nasty surprise when they get there and see what happens. So they get all of that, and then normal hay bales out in the other field, and then I might, if I pretty much almost done, I just need to glue in a bunch of pumpkins here and there. Then I'm gonna make a small fence, paint it brown, and then you kind of have this sort of separation on the terrain. I don't know, but let's see how it goes. I'm gonna be gluing pumpkins now. It's gonna go horribly wrong. but it's gonna be fun. You know, remember that thing, fun, that we used to have? No? Well, I do. So, super glue for the win. And just to test this out, I'm gonna do this here. I'm gonna use tweezers. I know the tweezers can, you know, mess up the pumpkins, but at the same time, no, I know what I'm gonna do. I am going to sacrifice this thing here. I'm just gonna plop the glue down on it, and I'm just gonna stick the pumpkins into the glue instead of sticking the glue onto the pumpkins, because that way I can take the pumpkins with the tweezers, dip them in the glue, attach them hopefully to the terrain. Like so. And again, shaky hands means that the pumpkins scatters all over the place. I don't care. It's all part of the fun. Yeah, like that. That's a nice little blob of pumpkins. Should I add a single one on top? I have a small one over here. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Stay still, pumpkin. Dude, I'm happy with that. That works. That works for me. So we have another one here with eyes. That could go also a little bigger, so I can actually hold it. Maybe down here. Sorry about, you know, my hand being in the way. I just wanted to press down on the pumpkin so it actually just sits there sneering in the bushes, waiting for unsuspecting victims, also known as you. Another one here. Pumpkin. You know what? That one actually goes over next to her. Just sit up against the hay bales. So I am doing a little bit of plotting and planning. You cannot see that, but just to give an idea about how it looks. I think this works well. I'm afraid that I'm gonna overdo this at some point and just have way too many pumpkins. But at the same time, can you have too many pumpkins? That's a question for the viewers. You know, audience participation and all that. Let's stick that one there. Okay, glue, work. Yeah, it's working. We have a handful of more. It's just... Oh. Right, more glue. More glue is more better. And I have not even glued my hands together yet. Kind of a recurring theme that some of my friends seems to mostly be motivated by me almost gluing my fingers together. I haven't fully done it yet, but you know, nothing that couldn't be fixed. That one there. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of these ones here, you know, the pumpkins that have green eyes that I managed to get working quite well with the fluorescent paint. So I may as well stick them on. Oh, there! Almost glued my fingers to the terrain there. And I guess I did forget to actually paint the teeth on all of these pumpkins. I may go back at a later point to do it, but on the other hand, I mean, it's can't really be bothered, to be honest. You go in here. Go down, stick to the surface. This is a good thing about super glue. It actually works fast enough and is strong enough that, you know, the carpet effect I mentioned before with the grass, not a problem. Should that one sit on top of this here? Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Especially if it sticks. Yeah. And one more with the green eyes. Couple more with green eyes. 3 more with green eyes, and then a handful of small ones. Okay, so that one goes there. We're gonna use all the pumpkins. I'm gonna make a small pumpkin pile someplace else. This one here goes up here, just, you know, really close to the fence that's gonna be there, just waiting, hiding, ambushing people, whatever. And that one is gonna go over here. It's really nothing over in that end, that part of the grass, so let's put a pumpkin there. I mean, got all the pumpkins, may as well use them. Okay, I have some glue on my fingers, that's for sure. And the pumpkin pile we're gonna do is gonna be... Where do we need a pumpkin pile? We need a pumpkin pile, I think here, roughly there. So first one is actually just gonna stick straight to some glue there. Take the largest of them, just do that. Then we can do the other one here. Okay, so all the time I've spent preparing the scenery here, experimenting with that, playing around with different techniques, getting super frustrated at different points, you know, all the painting I've done, you know, all of those things where I've been, can't this just be over? All of that was way worth it just to be able to sit here and assemble all of this. It is so much fun. I'm really enjoying this part. If you're still sticking around, thank you for listening. If you're not, you're probably out lurking somewhere. If you're watching this from my YouTube channel, where I tend to dump all of this, if you made it this far, I am super amazed and thank you for that. I mostly dump my videos on YouTube just to have a place to store them. I stream on Twitch, but Twitch only stores the videos for, I think it's 2 weeks, because I'm only what's known as a partner and not affiliated, whatever it's called. I'm not doing this to make money. It's just, it just happened at some point. So yeah, this is I think this went well. I am definitely going to make a fence. So yeah, can we do this? Okay, we can also dump that one off. Apparently, I should glue them down. I mean, everything else is in place, so why not do this as well? Yeah, and that one over there. Well, that's a good test to see that the pumpkin was probably glued. Just putting it, pressing it down. That one came off. Not the way all the way off. That's fine. At least it's gonna stick a little, well, a lot better actually. Okay, so for the what's my thing for the fence, we will be needing some sticks. You know, the ones you use to stir your coffee with. These are gonna be the planks of the fence. We're gonna need some barbecue skewers, cutting off the edges of those, and quite handily. I mean, they're gonna go in a little bit, but we do have like a model here, so the fence should not be taller than the model, but it should also be tall enough that it kind of makes sense. So if I make it the same, I mean, I'm gonna cut off like 2 centimeters. So if I make it the same height as one of these models, my lamp is in the way. So if I make it the same height as this, then once that goes into the ground, that's gonna be fine. Now that I have one piece, I can easily make a bunch of others of the same height. Doesn't have to be exactly the same height, it's just, you know, close enough. Close enough is fine enough. Especially because they're not going to be sitting right next to each other. So one, two, three, I'm going to need at least 5, I think. I mean, if I do 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't do more than 4, I think. So basically what we want to do is we want to really quickly make these brown. And we're not, I'm going to use the contrast paint for this, so we're just going to use an actual brown. We're going to use an actual dark brown. I want to bring down the sort of overall color of this quite a bit. So we're doing dark brown, like if it's oak fence or whatever. I mean, you could add legion or different effects, what have you, if you really wanted to. That's going to be in the advanced version of this diorama. But even so, I mean, so I'm just going to do that, and then I'm going to make the planks of the right length and just glue them on as we go along. So brush. The reason I'm brushing this just like so is that I don't want to paint the bottom of it once it's down near the grass, because then I'm going to get paint on all the grass. I don't have to be honest, the mental capacity to design everything sort of off field and then place it on later on. So I'm just gonna make this one, push it down, make the next one, push it down, make the next one, push it down, and so on, and then just glue on the planks as well. And if I accidentally, or when I accidentally scratch off some of the paint, that's fine, because I'll not be handling this one down near the grass. I'm just going to be at the top, and I just, paint that up once I'm fully done with everything. So yeah, so that's the plan. Now the good thing about cutting these with wire cutters, I find, is that they get kind of an uneven top, so it's not a super straight cut. I think that adds a little bit to sort of the, I don't know, organic, dynamic, sort of natural look of someone putting up fence posts. I guess it's not truly a natural thing to do, but you get the drift. Why do I have the feeling that I've forgotten something? I mean, I have the scarecrow, I have the witch, I have the puppets, I have the pumpkins, and I have the hay bales. Oh right, that's because I also actually printed a fence. But after printing it, I noticed that they kind of had like socket or something, and I didn't feel that would work well with the static grass. So I just I chose not to use them. And that is not dry yet. It's gonna take forever to dry, so we're just gonna put that someplace else. I'm just gonna start painting up the others. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually putting it on a curved surface. That way, it will not. Only a little bit of a small part of the painted surface will actually touch it, and that hopefully means that less paint gets scratched off. Let's just really quickly do the others. Now this of course could have been done so much better and easier if I had thought ahead and planned everything, but I wasn't even sure I was gonna make the fence until right now. So yeah, let's see how it goes. That is a brown stick, also known as a fence post. And it even looks like Spotify is still running, so I actually this time remembered to press the repeat button. I'd forgotten that once. I didn't realize it because I'm not listening to the music myself. I am just sitting here painting, and then all of a sudden I realized, hey, there's no music. And hadn't been for way too long. I think that was when I did the Dungeon of the Mad Mage board game. Gave myself the challenge of painting an entire board game, but the monster part of the board game. It's a D&D dungeon crawler board game, and as I mentioned earlier, didn't want to spend several hours per miniature for all the monsters. That just way too long time. I don't have that much time, and also don't want to use that much time on board games, so I just wanted to get some kind of paint on it, so I decided to just dry brush them in a single color for each type of monster. So all the thugs, I think some of them are called, got this color. All the grungs got another color. All the veterans got this color. There were some zombie beholders, they get this color, and so on and so on, so on, so on. And I wanted to prove that it's possible to do in a single evening. So I did that. Did all the monsters. There were about 35 or so. And it took, the stream was 3 hours and 45 minutes, I think. And I'm always way slower on stream than I am when I'm not talking, because I get distracted easily. As you may or may not have noticed, I get distracted quite easily. But so that being said, it's doing it in less than 4 hours is a very achievable thing, and it's not like I used fancy techniques or anything that required a lot of time to a lot of practice. I did prime the models before painting. That took me maybe half an hour, and just primed them black. And then I just did the dry brush straight onto the black, which gives a really dark scheme. And some of the colors you have to dry brush quite a bit until the color really shows. You can, if you want, give it either a zenithal highlight or just a dry brush with white first. If you don't want to use rattle cans or don't have an airbrush and so on, just give it a dry brush with white. Once that is done, you can just dry brush the actual colors you want, and it's gonna be a little bit more visible on top of the white dry brush. But I actually found that, you know, with a little bit of patience and some work, the dry brushing straight onto the black worked fine. Worked well enough. I mean, if you look around on my stream, you my channel, you can see the video of it, and you can see the thumbnail. You can just skip to the end and see the final results. I had a lot of fun doing it. I had a lot of fun playing the game afterwards with the painted minis, because, you know, painted minis are always just more fun to play with, if you ask me. So yeah. That is glued down. I mean, this is not going to be the prettiest fence in the world, but it's going to be my fence, and that makes it the best fence in the world. It's mine, not yours. You can't have it. Okay, so still think I'm gonna poke a little hole here first. Not gonna go all the way to the edge of the diorama, because I want the boards or planks or whatever. Where did that hole go? So there you go. I wonder if I actually pushed it all the way through. I didn't. So yeah, that's a fence post. It is not as tall, but it's a little tall. I'd hope to get it further down. Maybe I can get it further down. Nope. Now I think I actually hit the bottom. Yeah, I can feel it. So that's fine. I mean, it's still gonna be. How is that the same height as her? Oh well, probably did do them a bit too high. I don't care. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the next one over here. I know. We'll take off a little bit at the bottom. I'm gonna do the same over here. I mean, just getting those extra few millimeters off. And you're gonna mean quite a bit, really. So it's 1, 2, so the next one should be around there. I can do better than that. That one. That one. Put it there. That way we also have like the grinning little pumpkin. It's gonna look like it's... No. That came back up. That was annoying. Well, cut that one off. I made a hole somewhere around here that I cannot find, so now we're just gonna make another one. See, this will mean I'm scratching the posts a little bit here, but it's fine. And then the next one, let's do some kind of measuring stick here. That one was a little short. Okay, so basically, okay, because this is gonna be the final one. Might as well remove the tip immediately. Can I do like that and then a fifth? I guess I can. Is that completely off? Ah, that's fine. So I just want to have one go over here. And then the final one here, that is nowhere near dry, so that's definitely gonna need some more paint. You know what, while that dries, I may as well start cutting out the planks. So, especially if I can actually cut it with this. Oh yes, thank you for being able to do that. So what we need here is we need I'm trying to do something here, but I can't think. If this is what I do, I add that plank there, and add another one below, and then I add a plank over there. This one was okay. I think I have a plan. May not be a good plan, but it is a plan. Okay, so that's the first two. Let's put some paint on them. Getting close, almost 11:30. Still early enough that I can continue, so I'm glad I'm doing the fence. Hopefully the fence will be done before midnight. That would be nice. If not, well, then it will be finished after midnight. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure this is kind of the most efficient way of doing this. You can't see what I'm doing. I mean, I basically just need to slab on a lot of paint on these planks. We're also going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of planks, so it shouldn't spend too long on them. I'm not going to be doing any kind of shading or highlighting, anything like that. I mean, you could do, if you really wanted, you could do some edge highlighting to give the illusion, or sort of assist the illusion of, you know, shadows and stuff like that. I'm also actually going to remove this one just a bit because I don't want to risk sprinkling the paint. The thin down paint here has a tendency to just spurt out a little bit, so if I just move that one over there, cool. It would be kind of silly, I think, to have just sprinkle a lot of brown all over the miniatures and the hay bales and everything. It's just not be good. I mean, yeah, I'm not even sure this would go faster if I used an airbrush, because I still need to sort of hold them somehow and make sure the paint doesn't go on. I mean, at this point, I'm not really thinking too much about what I'm doing. I'm just powering through to get things done. This is also why I'm just holding one end, because then I'm just gonna, you know, leave them to dry, and once they're dry, I'm gonna pick them up by the other end. It's gonna dry pretty quickly because the wood actually soaks up a lot of the paint, so that's fine. But it means it's gonna dry faster because it's not air drying, it's just being soaked, it's just soaking into the planks, who are now warping, I can see. I don't care about that, it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna add a little bit of flavor to all of this. So planks, this is super okay. I think now that's way put down a little bit to. Sorry, when I messed around with the settings before, it got overexposed. Yay for that. So that's 2 planks, not done, but mostly done. Next one. I mean, the good thing here is that I can actually, make the 2 planks I need out of the same stick. So that one has to go between these 2 here, which means cutting something like there. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Let's cut another one. And I mean, if I'd been clever, I would have found a large paint pot, just have dipped these ones into it. But I am not smart. Clearly, I'm not smart. So, more paint. But I am smart enough to actually find a larger brush. There's no point in sitting around with a small brush. When you can just do this. So I am a little smart. I'm thinking a little bit. And yeah. I mean, this is kind of the boring part to watch. It's just me painting a lot of boards. And again, if I had more time, I mean, I got a little pressed for time. I'd hoped to get most of this done during the weekend, but then I was away most of it and just needed to relax. So a lot of this is just being sort of last minute improvised. But sometimes that's actually where you get a lot of creative solutions. So yeah, it's not a bad idea, not a bad thing to do. Sometimes just push yourself a little bit. Not so much that you go down with stress or whatever. Always take care of yourself, but it's okay to push yourself out of your comfort zone. Yeah. I actually even think that the kind of uneven paint job here, I mean, I'm relying on the wood to actually soak a lot of the paint, but it does come on in those splotches or patches or whatever. But I think that actually gives just a little bit of texture and variation that is going to be a decent result, since I'm not going to do the actual shading or anything like that of the final pieces. That was 2 more done. I think this one is dry enough that we can put it into the scenery. Running out of places to put things. So I take the brush in my mouth and okay, so no, then I can't talk. So this one just roughly goes in between the other 2. It's gonna make, again, quick decision. Don't worry too much about it. Just roughly halfway through, push it all down, push it all down. This is XPS foam, so it's that one went through. That's fine. So that one actually gonna need some glue to stick. I have the glue here. I should actually glue all of them, just for good measure. Oh, there we go. Okay, they're not too badly scratched up. These posts here, that one needs a little bit there, a little bit here. The top definitely needs a bit more, but that's fine. That's fine. So. Okay. So. Those two sets there. 1, 2, let's do the third as well, and then we'll say that the others have been drying enough that we can actually start painting the other half of it. And that one goes, yeah, there, and there. There we go. Get rid of that one to avoid any mishaps, accidents. I'm gonna have all sorts of other mishaps and accidents, but not that one. And oh shoot, you have to do the other side as well. I forgot that the blanks have two sides. That's annoying. Why don't we live in a one-dimensional world? Yes, I kind of think that if, or maybe we do, I don't know. It's kind of, that's, my head is not clear enough for philosophy lessons. So, I really like the way it's going forward. I mean, when I just did the terrain and scenery before, it kind of seems so flat, and I mean, it looked pretty, and you know the static grass worked like it should, and you know, the shading, highlighting stuff on the hill worked like it should, and things were basically going really well with doing it, but it just lacked a lot. And you know, seeing it here with the miniatures and especially all the pumpkins scattered, you know, breaks the monotony of sort of the gray hill without any real decorations. You know, few rocks here and there. Yes. Looks good. And the fun thing is that that piece of scenery was basically just me toying around, playing around with a piece of XPS foam and a hot wire cutter. I've never used a hot wire cutter for this before. I just wanted to see how it worked. And I gotten some XPS foam because I had the normal sort of extruded polystyrene. Well, it's all polystyrene foam, I guess, but the one you use sort of for packaging material, insulation sheets, whatever, and they were just terrible to work with because they fall apart when you want to cut it. Whereas the XPS is far more dense, so you can actually cut it with a knife. You know, without the crumpling going everywhere. But I hadn't used, the hot wire cutter. I hadn't, worked with XPS before, so I was just doing random stuff with it. It's just in one of my other streams. And then I ended up just doing this, small hill or sort of hill system, nested hills, whatever. And then I got the idea for the Halloween diorama and figured, why not? Also, why not just stick to having one of these in my hand at the time? And yeah, works better. I mean, I'm not going to paint it faster by having two pieces, two boards in my hand at the same time. I actually think it makes it slower because it's more difficult to balance. We're also going to need more paint. We need to thin it down a little bit. Go a little bit of thinning medium, a little more paint. Again, the wood soaks up quite a lot, so. And as always, if you're lurking in chat, that's fine. It's just hanging out is cool. If you want to say hello, say where you're from. If you're working on any projects of your own, feel free to share. We're here to have fun. We're here to learn from each other and just, don't be afraid. Don't be shy. I appreciate the views. It's not fully dried, but I don't care. I mean, I plan on just giving them a quick do-over, whatever. It's not called do-over, just giving them another coat once they're actually glued onto the fence. But until then, this is gonna have to do. There. And we have an incoming cat that you can't see. She's gonna knock over. No, she went down again. She was just about to walk in through all of this, and I have so many things piled up on each other. So that was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Pun definitely intended, but not very good. Okay. So let's just cut the final pieces for the fence. That we're gonna need the diorama again. This is gonna be the last bit over here by the hay bales. So for that we need roughly here. The reason I'm not doing the whole kind of, well, other than not having it planned and not really knowing if I was going to do the fence or not, one of the reasons I like not planning all of this is it gives it more kind of a haphazard look. Just like, I mean, you imagine in, I don't know, old times, whatever, not dissing their fence abilities, But let's say that you have like your field and you want to make a fence for it, but you're banging in the fence posts. Anyone who's ever tried that knows that it's kind of difficult to fully do it precisely, and it's going to be rocks in the ground or whatever. It's going to go in a little crooked. With time, things are going to move around a little bit. Things are going to shift. So it's not going to be perfectly evenly spaced anymore. And maybe one of the boards or planks, whatever it's called, fell out, needed to be replaced. The whole thing. Just take a walk along any kind of fence or small hedge, or the stone, is that also called the fence? Stone walls along fields here and there. They're not going to be super evenly spaced and perfect dimensions or anything like that. It's just going to be, nature's going to take its toll. Yeah. So that's perfectly fine. And so the plan for this is, once this is done, we start gluing on the first set. I've ordered them over here where I placed them, so I actually know which order they go in. Not that I think the distance between the fence posts is big enough for it to matter, but I mean, I did measure them out just a little bit, so might as well try and do it at least a little structured. There's method to the madness. But I also need to sit differently because my back is, well, it's not killing me, it's not that bad, but I can feel it in my shoulders. So we have, here we go. Should I glue it first, or should I fix up the paint? And I can see that it needs fixing up, and that's definitely going to be easier to do before gluing it on. I mean, I don't have any issues, painting it after I glue it on, but if you can see that it needs paint, this is going to be so much easier than messing around once it's glued down. Just going to give all of it a nice go again. Okay, so what else? What other silly, stupid ideas can I come up with here at the last minute to fully screw up everything and go, oh hey, I also need a fence on the other side of the road? I'm not going to do that because this fence is, in my mind, I make up silly stories when I do things like this. So in my mind, the fence on the fence kind of divides the dangerous field from the road and the safe field. So where all the straw puppets are dancing around, that's the unsafe field, and whoever lives near them know all this. I mean, they know that every year at Halloween, when the curtain between the worlds grow closer and all that blah blah blah, when that happens, weird things goes on the other side of the fence. Whereas the part where you just have a couple of hay bales, that's just a normal field. Nothing bad ever happens there. That's just normal. So you don't need a fence. And even if the fence seems small, it's just like the fence, a wall around a cemetery. I mean, it's usually not large walls. It's usually not difficult to get around it. But in sort of mythology or folklore, whatever, just the fact that the wall is there is enough for it to keep the dead inside the cemetery. So I'm guessing it's, not guessing, but sort of the narrative or the story I build in my head with these ones here is that the fence while not being sort of a magical barrier or anything like that. I mean, if we're into role-playing territory, the stuff you could do like magical barriers and blah, whatnot. This is not kind of how I see it, really. I just kind of see it in the sort of, you build the wall, and by building the wall, you automatically block off whatever comes in. Or maybe it is a magical barrier. Maybe there was a super powerful priest in the nearby village who, or passing by the nearby village or whatever, and he blessed all these pieces of wood that are absolutely annoying me at the moment because they soak so much paint, and yet they insist on not being fully covered. So many reasons, and it's, for me, that's kind of, it's fun to make these stories and play around with it like that. It's now, of course, once all of this is done, I'm gonna take a whole bunch of pictures of the diorama, and mostly because I'm actually then tomorrow gonna bring it to work, and I have no idea if it'll survive the trip. I have no idea if it will ever get back home. I'm just gonna leave it there forever. Time will tell. But I want to have some pictures because it's actually it's definitely gonna be there, you know, over Halloween and a bit into November, probably next week as well. So it's gonna be probably 2 weeks until I get it back home. Okay. Okay, so it took what, about half an hour to, since I started working on the fence. Let's get rid of all of this. Just now it's just in my way. I don't need it. So, let us see what we can do. Okay, we definitely gonna need to add some paint to this one here. Yeah, I kind of figured I should have done this earlier because then it could actually dry. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It works. I mean, it doesn't really have to be fully perfect. I just want it to actually cover well enough that you can't see the actual sort of brightness of these bamboo sticks, the barbecue skewers I'm using for the fence post. So it's okay if there's a little variation in the color. You just shouldn't be like fully see-through, so you can see the very bright. However, having painted this, we're probably gonna need to let it dry for just a little bit. So yeah. Okay. Wow, that's it's still kind of sort of not blowing my mind, but still just makes me happy to see that what went from all of the terrain was white, with 3 layers, the ground and the first hill and the second hill. And then I put some paint on, that worked. Then I had the grass and the road, that worked really well. I felt, and then I started adding all of these things, and now it's just kind of like, wow, it actually looks super cool. So let's yeah, let's mess it up. Let's actually, why don't we? Sorry, you probably can't see this on cam. I feel like that's actually my best bet at getting this to work. Get that glue in there. Flip this one over, since you could see that it needed, the underside was not really well painted. Stick the glue, be happy that super glue and wood, good combination. Takes really quickly, and then just do the same. Up there. Add the next piece. Okay, so I mean the paint job here on sort of the plain brown stands out quite a bit compared to the minis, but I still think it kind of works. Okay, so the next one needs to go from the other side, so we're just gonna do this. Really happy. Okay, so earlier I complained about the surface tension messing up things when I was painting. Now the surface... Yeah. You're going out, little puppet. Now the surface tension is my friend, because that actually prevents the glue from sliding down. Okay, stay, just stay. Right, see? Yeah, can't see. One. This is a lot easier than I would have. A lot easier than I feared. Let's hope I didn't just jinx it. There we go. And there we go. And actually kind of turns out that my poor aiming skills helps this look even more haphazard. So that is just wonderful. Yeah, it definitely needs another layer of paint. But hey, I think that went really well. Close the glue before something bad happens. That is always good advice. I mean, again, it's just small details like this just adds so much to the final product, and I mean, let's call it 40 minutes, maybe 45, since I need to do just a quick quick coat of paint more, just to add that extra stuff. Actually gonna thin down the paint quite a bit because the wood is soaking it in. Clean it a little bit and just quickly just gonna blast through all of this. And then I'll do the other side afterwards. And I mean, the good part here is that now I've actually kind of, I don't know, primed the wood so it doesn't soak as much. I can still feel that the wood is thirsty, as we say in Denmark. But yeah, I mean, I don't need to be as precise because it has a lot of already has a lot of paint on it, so I just need to cover the small areas where there's nothing. And yeah, well, not nothing. There's just some patches where we can kind of see a little bit through the paint, and that's what we're trying to cover here. And that works well because just get a thin coat. That's good enough. There we go. Try the other side and try to not hit the models, miniatures, at least not too much. Again, what works about this fence, it's not so much the coloring or the implementation of it, it's just the fact that it's there and adds a bit of three-dimensional feel to everything. Well, not just feel, but it adds something in third dimension. So it's not just colors on the ground, and it's not just the static grass. It actually pulls up everything away from the ground and makes a division between the road and the field. It also works well. And nearly done. Yeah, it's a lot of areas. We actually call them holidays in Denmark. When you have when you've painted your wall, for instance, and all of a sudden you see this area where the paint doesn't really cover, we call that a holiday. I think it's probably sort of thinking along the lines of you took a holiday, you didn't paint that part or whatever. But yeah, that is I believe that is it. The only thing I'm wondering is whether I should actually glue all the models to the diorama or not. I mean, I'm not going to use them for anything else, but they do seem to stand on their own with just the pins being pushed in, and I don't want to mess around with glue if I don't have to, mostly because I don't want to mess anything up. So I think that is actually I actually call that a day. Can we just get a little bit more? Whatever. Yeah, sorry about angling all of this up. Let's a little bit more light so you can see the final results. Right. I believe that's it. I feel really happy. This is way more than I had actually hoped when I started doing this. I'm really pleased with how everything worked out, how the witch worked out. Right now I'm regretting that I didn't actually do the trim on her coat in the bright blue, but on the other hand that would have been anywhere between 20 minutes and an hour's work covering up all my mistakes. She has the purple hair that Origami Girl requested. So I think I will just not cut my losses, because this is definitely not a loss. I will basically just say that I feel perfectly happy with how this went. I will say thank you for all of those who've been lurking, those who've been watching and listening, those who've come and gone. I will not find anyone to rate because I'm way too tired. We have just passed midnight. It's 2 past midnight. So I did finish it before midnight, as I hoped I would. So I will basically just say thank you once again. I hope you'll join me again some other time. Thank you for the subscribes during the it's called follows. Subscribers on YouTube. It's called follows here on Twitch. Thank you for that. Feel free to come again. I try to stream on Wednesdays. I'm trying to get back in the rhythm, but I also know that tomorrow I'll be going to a concert, so I will probably not be streaming after that. Plus, with a 5-hour stream today, I think I need to just relax tomorrow when I get home. Thank you for showing up. It's been a pleasure. Bye bye.